Okay. So we're going to start off with just learning where to get some of this information so that if you do have the book in front of you, but if you wanted to find out where to get this stuff online, I want you to be able to find it. So before I log in, I figured I'd walk you all through with me. Is that okay? Awesome. Okay, so you'll log into your KW Connect and it should look just about like this. Okay. And what you'll put up here in the search bar, now sometimes it comes up with other links that will tell you, okay, Ignite or whatever. You would just click on Ignite. But if it comes up like this, you will type in Ignite. Okay. And it will pull right up here at the very top, you'll see the class Ignite here. And if you click on course materials, it's going to bring you to this page. And of course, you'll go to student resources. And here online, you will find all of the sessions. So today we're doing Accelerated Ignite. You're going to get a touch of all the sessions that have to do with goal planning as well as sellers. So anything having to do with sellers, we should touch on today. So you'll find that some of the sessions will be specifically for sellers, like find your business as both buyers and sellers, when the seller price to sell your listing. However, there's a couple of others that you're going to find. We're going to touch on like make and receive offers, negotiate the deal, and close the deal, right? So we'll have bits and pieces of those. If you want to go back and dig more into the session, if you want more of an understanding, if your questions, you leave here and you're like, I got this, and you go home and you're like, I'm not really sure, you can always log into here and read the full material if you don't have the big binder. So either way is fine. Another thing that you get when you get the big binder is the scripts. So right down here, if you can see, right here is the Ignite scripts. I would keep those in my pocket at all times. So know where to get them. You can print them if you haven't received the book and study them. What I did was take a binder, and every class that I took, whether it was Bold or if I took Ignite or if I took Never Ending Referrals, I built a binder of scripts and I divided them out. So if they were for sellers, they were in one section. If they were for buyers, if they were for open houses or my profit share, they're all divided up. So I knew when I was studying my scripts and someone said, you know what, let's study sellers, I could go right to them rather than flipping through 15 different books. Okay, so just a little tidbit. The book, as we're going through, is going to also refer to the Ignite Toolkit, which is also here. So if you don't have that, and actually I think anybody who even gets the book is going to have to come here to pull the toolkit. And that's going to have things like some of the pre-listing information, buyer consultation stuff. So if you're looking to upgrade your checklists or see and compare what else is out there, that's a great tool to have. And you'll also notice that the listing presentation that we're going through today is here as well. So if you want to look at it online, again, it's there. So lots of really great opportunities to dig into this information. The videos are here as well, so it'll tell you what videos to watch and where to go to get them. And let me show you what I mean by that. So we're going to be watching a couple of videos today. And so what I would do is go back to KW Connect. There, I couldn't see the little mouse. There it is. Okay. So you'll go to KW Connect, and right up here, you're going to type in the video name. And one of the first ones we're going to watch is how to use scripts. So okay. And then what else I do is I go over here. Can you guys all see this? I'm trying to get out of the way. And I click on relevance. You all see that? And then videos. And let me oh, there it is. So right down here, it's the how to use scripts uploaded by KWU. Okay? And so that way, when you're going through this information on your own, or if you want to go back and watch these videos over, you can find them online on KW Connect. And that's with anything. Anybody that meets with me knows I'm going to ask you to go to KW Command, and KW Connect, rather, and start to look up information. So if you're like, I'm not really sure about my listing presentation. I want to upgrade it. I want to see what's coming out. This is where you want to go. Top agents from across the country have uploaded their listing presentations, because we know that about 1% of people who actually look at the material are going to go out and implement it, right? So one, they've uploaded it for you to view, and two, it may not be exactly what you're looking for, but it'll give you little snippets of what could be your new listing presentation, or just, hey, I'd love to add that one piece to my current listing presentation just to kind of give myself an upgrade. So we'll be using this a lot late today, and if you have any questions on it later, just let me know and I can teach you how to find some stuff again. So welcome. Good morning. You're so welcome. Thank you guys for being here on your Saturday and putting time back into your business. It's super important to keep growing, keep learning. There's always new material coming out, and you'll notice that throughout the book. And Judy, would you like a book as well?
I think I have one, but if I do, I'll just leave it here.
It's fine. It's absolutely fine.
I have an Ignite book,
well,
but
this
it may be updated.
Yeah, it has been updated, and this is specific to this class, because remember, I've went through and personally kind of plucked things out of every single Ignite session, so that way. Well, it's not necessarily my own, but it's we did it more like a boot camp, so that way you can get everything from Sellers Today and everything from Buyers on the next course, which is on the 23rd of February. So it's very similar. It's exactly the same as Ignite, so you're not going to miss anything if you don't have this book yet.
I've taught some Ignite, but then
yes.
But then they wanted me to teach this course that you're kind of going
Okay,
over.
wonderful, wonderful. Well, you actually taught when I was a brand new agent, so I've learned a lot. All right, well, I'm excited to share what I know. And I'm happy with input. This is definitely a class where, your input matters. I will tell you that it is being live streamed. So hello to the internet world out there. So everyone on KW Georgetown can see what's going on. So maybe we have some people at home taking class. We don't know. Awesome. Okay, well, we're going to go ahead and get started. And I'm going to just put up one part of the PowerPoint, but we're not going to flip through it, only because most of the stuff has been rearranged. So at least you'll have something nice to look at. Behind me, here we go. Let's see.
Learning how to manipulate what you're doing is very important.
It is.
That's where we have our problems.
It is. It's always fun. All right, here we go. All right. There. And slideshow. We may have a few folks step in a little bit. I'm not sure. We may have some people come in around lunchtime. So we do have a lender bringing in lunch today. So if you're staying for lunch, you will be fed. Yay. Okay. Awesome. Well, let's get to it. Some of these things are going to be repetitive. I'll let you know if we're going to flip through them, but for the most part, we'll hit every page in this book. So, all right. So starting with Ignite, really, when you get into real estate, we all get into real estate for different things. A little bit about me. I owned a wedding cake shop when I think I started it when I was 24. And I owned it for 6 years in Leander, and I was a touch bit of a control freak, and I ran everything, the office, and we did about 12 weddings a weekend, give or take, and I worked 7 days a week, 20 hours a day. I slept under my desk. I was busy, and I loved it. I got into it because I wanted to impact lives, and let me tell you, it was a little opposite of what I imagined. Because even though weddings are typically or supposed to be what you would imagine the happiest day of people's lives, oftentimes it was one of the most stressful days of their life. And so, it was great. It was fulfilling, but not in the way I really wanted it to be. So about 6 years later, we had about 2 years after the recession hit is typically when it hits the food industry, the restaurant industry. And so we were right in between an HEB and a Walmart, and people couldn't see paying gourmet prices. And so I decided to close my shop, which was actually wonderful. And then I ended up pregnant. I was going to take a year off, and then surprise. And so I had my daughter. And about 6 months in, I was like, I've got to get back out there. That's just who I am. I love my kids. I need to be doing something more that I thought I just, had to stay busy. And so I got my license. My daughter was about 8 months old. A month later, I found out that I had cancer. And I was like, oh gosh, how am I going to do this? I have an 8-month-old and cancer, and I just started real estate. How am I going to sell real estate? I just don't know how I'm going to do it. So I had to dig deep, and I went through the surgery. I'm in remission. Everything's good. I had to dig deep and figure out how I was going to be successful in real estate, so I can help support my family. I did have a spouse that worked, so that was obviously very beneficial. But I also wanted to bring something to the table, and so I dug deep and started goal planning. And so what I love about Ignite, and I was going through Ignite at the time, is that it kept me focused. It kept me structured. It made me realize what the important things were, how to set my foundation, so when I was out there doing business, I wasn't so worried about the fact that I could handle it, right? I think some of the first questions I get as a coach or even as an agent is, well, how do you manage everything that you do? And a lot of it is just systems. It's all systematized, it's all structured, and Ignite was the foundation for my business that allowed me to grow. I almost capped in my first year. I had a closing that moved like a week before my anniversary date, so that was okay. So I didn't quite cap my first year, and I did about just under $4 million in my second year and have been moving up since before I took this position. So a lot of the foundational tools in here is what I use to build my business and keep me steady, which landed me here in Georgetown. So that's a little bit about me. And when I'm going through this, I'm going to reference a lot of stories and experiences. And if you guys have experience on something, I'd love to hear it because everybody benefits from that. Sound good?
Yes, great.
Awesome. Okay. So now I'm going to kind of talk in labels here. I might say page numbers, but they change. So I will kind of give you an idea of where we're at through the book if you get lost. So your first page should say Welcome to Ignite, and get your head in the game. Now I'm going to ask you to fill out some of these questions and maybe share an answer or two. So it says write your answers and discuss the following. First of all, have you achieved your financial goals through your career so far? Why or why not? Second one is, what is the one thing that makes one real estate agent more successful than others? Third, why don't all agents do this? And how do you feel about that? And then the last, is your desire to succeed more powerful than your fear from doing the one thing that will make you successful? I'm going to shut this door and y'all take a minute to write those out. That's okay. I was just talking about answering the questions, but I think you could probably shout those out yourself.
Yeah, I'm not writing.
no matter where you're at in your business, right? It's always good to stop and ask some questions. Checkpoint. Checkpoint. It does. It absolutely does. The business, your goals, everything. All right. Everything. Your body, your energy, yes, it does. All right. So let's go ahead and start with the first one. Have you achieved your financial goals through your career so far? Why or why not? Who wants to share?
I have.
Good.
When I left the classroom and I started meeting with Judy, I said, I just need to duplicate my first year. That's what I wanted to do.
Uh-huh.
And
What did I say?
you kind of laughed, but not out loud. I wrote down what I was making and as a school teacher, and
And I told her, absolutely, you can make that and maybe twice or 3 times that amount.
That's
And I
awesome.
was so excited, because I've known her since she was a teenager.
Aw.
I've
And
listened to
so
her and
what,
achieved that.
what has helped you achieve that?
Great mentor
Mm-hmm.
and leader, and just not being afraid, just trying to put those fears aside. and
Okay.
approach it from, as a teacher, approaching it from, they just don't know, it's not something that they've learned, so how can I teach and use words that they're going to understand, and because every person I encounter is different,
Right.
and then just listening.
Well, and that's
May I answer that?
absolutely.
Too? She didn't say her desire. That's what she wanted. She chose. It was her big why. This is the reason I'm in the business. I want to accomplish this.
Uh-huh.
She showed up. She did the work. She has had open houses, I think, almost every weekend since she's been working. She meets people well. I mean, I think it's a desire. You've got to want it. And to want it, you've got to be here. I mean, look at this.
I know.
I mean,
I know. Yes.
To want it, you got to get up on Saturday morning and make some sacrifices.
Absolutely.
Well, Kristen is ready to teach.
Thank you. Well, and I think, and that's exactly what I was going to come back to, is that oftentimes we could have even the best mentorship if we're not willing to show up and put in the time and the effort and get through some of those fears that we all have about, well, what if I look bad, or whatever those fears are, then oftentimes we don't see those numbers. So thank you for showing up. I'm excited for you.
And I think worrying about if you say the wrong thing. I think
Yeah.
that's a big thing with new agents. I might say the wrong thing and I'll get sued or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So it's always good to be coached
Sure.
and have somebody you can fall back on. And we have such a good relationship because we have I'm real good friends with her mother and have been for years. So it doesn't bother her to call me up. Whereas somebody new in the business might be afraid to call you up.
Sure.
And, we don't want to bother Kristen, or not that she doesn't want to bother me, because she doesn't want to bother me, but she does it. Doesn't bother me. I'm just that kind of fear. I don't want to I don't want to ask any stupid questions.
Right.
That's another thing. Nothing is stupid in this
That's
business.
right. No, I mean, you can be in business for the longest period of time and see something new that maybe someone saw in their first 6 months. And it's amazing how, the experiences can differ, but still there'd be questions even after time in the industry.
What is your name?
Michael.
Michael?
Yes, ma'am.
What's your last name?
Avila.
Avila.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're just starting out?
Yes.
You're doing the right thing.
Thank you.
Just come to every class that you possibly
Trying
can.
to follow her.
He has been, actually. Yep. All right. So what do you think is one thing, and we may have already touched on this, what is one thing that makes one real estate agent more successful than the others?
I didn't get to answer the first question, and I want to do this.
Okay, please.
Have you achieved your financial goals through your career so far? Why or why not? I have not.
Okay.
I have not received my financial goals, but there's other goals that we've set that we have achieved.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't think you ever quit working on your goals and financial goals, because it changes, or you could do better, or so I just want to say that.
Well, and I think that, and thank you for your transparency, because I think, like you said, is that if you're not consistently growing what that looks like, you hit it, and then you go, okay, well, I'm done. I've I've reached that. And oftentimes that's not really what we're looking for. Yeah, the financial goal is a goal. It's not necessarily the significance we're looking for. And if we're not continuously upping what those goals are, whether it's financial or, you know, your community goal or your family goal, whatever that looks like, if you're not consistently pushing yourself to make it bigger, then the significance that you're looking for oftentimes doesn't show up. And it shows up when we're doing all the things we love, when we're filling our bucket, when we're taking care of ourselves, when we're reaching our goal, when we're able to give back in the ways that make us happy. That's oftentimes what we're looking for over these things. However, that financial goal oftentimes is the biggest stepping stone to be able to give back or find that significance, because it allows us to do things for other people that we couldn't do if we didn't have the financial wherewithal.
Especially our family, and Gary Keller says that, you know,
Yes.
God, family, and then
Yes.
the one thing, the goal, I think that one of them that he does in Quantum Leap, there's a class that Gary Keller does called Quantum Leap, and Michael, and I think I've already talked about it before, but in that class he says, when you, first of the year, you put your calendar out, a big calendar with your family. Michael, do you have family?
I do.
And you let them say, block this out, Mom, Dad, block this out. I'm going to have a basketball tournament here, or I'm going to have a play, or I'm going to be doing this. And the reason you want to do that is that you'll fail like I did at the very beginning of my career 43 years ago, is we didn't miss anything, I'll tell you, but I didn't let them be a part of that, I don't think. Now, they might say, oh, we are okay, Mom, or whatever, but let them be a part of what you're going, and then you'll know when you can actually spend, and you can let them know, I'm going to have to be at this meeting, I'm going to have open house on this day, you know, and you can let them know, and then they feel involved in it. And I could talk forever on that.
Well, there's buy-in and support. So you're correct. There's buy-in and support when you're buying in and supporting their goals and dreams. They're also buying in to your goals and dreams, because they're all of, you know, especially in a family situation, they're everybody's, right? So I think that's an awesome opportunity to make sure, because then when you're at that open house, you're like, oh, I didn't know you had an open house today. Well, actually, right, you guys had talked about it, and they're going to wake up and go, hey, Mom, have fun at your open house today, because they already understand and have been allowed to kind of step into your world, which is their world too, and say, hey, this is my little piece of the pie, and we support what you're doing because we know that you're going to be there. Thank you. I love that.
Well, and I think that's what's wrong with families now, but I could get on another.
Sure. All right.
Their children.
Right.
They love their children and all, but there's that part. But
Yes.
we'll do that later.
So one thing that makes one real estate agent more successful than others, just one thing. Does anybody know what it is?
The willingness to do what others won't.
That's a huge, yes, absolutely. And what's one thing that they might do that others don't want to do?
Door knock.
Lead generate. Exactly. You were going right to the point. Lead generation, right? Picking up the phone and making those calls to the people we know and letting them know, hey, we're just thinking about you today. That's lead generation. That's what I'm in the business for, is to build relationships. I want people to know that I truly care about them and their goals and where they're headed in their life, and I want them to know that I'm a support. And the more I let people know that, the more they realize they can reach out to me and depend on me if they need things, right? And then it's about, you know, at some point, it's about the conversation in real estate, but you get there through relationships. So lead generation is the key. Why do you think that not all agents do this? Fear. Yeah, they're scared. You know, Michael and I were talking earlier, it's about a plan, right? Some of us don't know, like, what happens if we lead generate and I get 20 deals today? I don't have the systems to handle that. That's a fear. I hear that a lot. What if I'm not ready to go on a listing appointment? Well, let me tell you, when you get that call and they say, hey, you know what, I am ready to list, you're going to be ready whether you have a listing presentation or not, you know? So lead generation is scary, yes. And then, do you guys feel in this room that your desire to succeed is more powerful than your fear from doing the one thing that will make you successful? Yeah?
I say yes.
Action is key, right? And you're showing that, yeah, I'm showing up. I'm doing open houses. You know, and open houses is where I've built my business. And I loved it because I could go in and I could learn scripts. And I would sometimes fall flat on my face. They'd ask me a question, I'd be but I couldn't objection handle. I'm like, I don't know what to say to this. And as time went on, it allowed me the opportunity to practice. And I got so good at it that I consistently set appointments in the house with the people that were coming through, buy and sell appointments. And I think that if you're willing to get over the fear and just try those scripts and get out there and try these new things, before you know it, you're building your pipeline, then you have a database and you have repeat and referral business, right? Awesome. Next page. So you are in business. I highlighted there's one thing that can propel you forward in your career, and of course it's lead generation. As Gary says, yes, you are in sales. Your livelihood is dependent on the number of homes you help others buy or sell. Gary Keller, co-founder of the company, says you're actually in two businesses, and it's in this order. First, you're in the business of lead generation, and second, you're in the business of real estate. And just like I was saying before, you sell real estate through relationships, right? I mean, you can handle a cold relationship, and it's about your knowledge and your confidence in turning that into a warm relationship. However, the warmer the relationship, and I'm sure Judy can attest to this, the warmer the relationship, the more trust there is, the better the transaction is for everyone, right?
Isn't they say that they don't care how much you know, they care how much you care.
That's right.
And really, friends of hers, they know she just got in, they're ready,
That's right.
They talk to her right away about real estate because they've seen her successful in other ways and they know her and love her and that kind of thing.
That's right.
But, so don't worry about what you don't know. Just really sincerely pray about caring about people. Mm-hmm. Because that's what we're here for anyway.
That's right. And that's what comes through in your transaction. And when they already know that, then your advice is taken better. The transaction oftentimes is much smoother. You can handle another agent that may be somewhat hard to handle on another deal. You know, I hear that all the time. Well, the other agent, yada, yada, yada. Well, we have a whole lot of DNA on our side. So there's a way we can handle things through relationships that will help create a situation that gets the deal closed and is a win-win for everyone. So that's super important. Mindset and attitude matters. So I love this little section here where it says, however, and it's in the latter part of the first paragraph under mindset. It says, however, when you adopt an attitude of contribution, a significant shift in how people respond happens. Change your mindset to focus on being of service. And actually, I wrote this down here. People don't know how much you know until they know how much you care. So, right on the money.
One thing.
Yes.
Years ago, we were with J.B. Goodwin.
Mm-hmm.
And one thing, Byron Schilling, I don't know if you've ever heard of him, but he was terrific at the time. And he was our manager. And he made us write on all of our phones, a note on all of our phones that said service. Mm-hmm. Service.
That's right.
Note on top of that phone when that phone rang. Of course, we all only depended on the phones ringing.
That's right.
We had to get phone duty,
Yes.
It wasn't, we didn't learn a whole lot about lead generation, but it happened whether we understood it or not.
Service is key, and that's the beauty of y'all being here today, because that's what this is all about. It's working on your mindset to know that the foundations of how you build your business is key to the service that you provide. Keeps you in business. All right, page 9, it says the 6 personal perspectives. Now, we intend to have this class here in the Market Center coming up. I am working on a facilitator. I think I have one coming in from Houston. He is awesome. So keep a lookout for this class. But we're going to learn a little bit about it today, right? We're going to touch on it. So it says here, the most successful at this business know it takes a certain mindset and attitude to keep at it every day, and especially to excel. So I highlighted the darkened portion there that says, what is it that differentiates those who achieve at the highest level from those who don't seem to accomplish much? And you'll see in those 3 circles there, attitude, mindset, and approach to life. if you haven't had the opportunity, Brene Brown has a wonderful book. And I think that if you kind of look up some of her books, Mel Robbins also has a really great book about waking up in the morning and setting your mindset. It's a great way to, kind of live within these 3 circles: having a good attitude, having a really good set mindset, and then a nice positive approach to life. Because oftentimes we can go through that roller coaster throughout the day, right? We wake up and everything's good, we get to work and deal falls apart or things are happening and you're like, oh man, that's the worst day. And those affirmations make the day go from not so great to really bad, right? And so if we can stay within those things, bad things are still going to happen. Unfortunate things, I should say, will still happen. Yet if we can continue through those with a positive approach, we push them back up, we're able to get through them, and man, our clients have a better time. I'll tell you a story real quick.
And problems are opportunities.
Problems are absolutely opportunities.
If you keep that in mind, it's an opportunity for us to lift somebody else's life up or to encourage somebody else or to there's a lot of opportunities in problems.
Absolutely. I had a deal. I had helped my wonderful clients buy this home. It was a brand new home. And just about 2 years later, they decided to sell to move out to some land. And so they were selling their home, and it was on the Forest Creek Golf Course. And built within the last 2 years, no issues. Beautiful home. So we sold it, under contract very quickly for top dollar. And about 2 weeks before closing, it was on New Year's Eve, my phone rings, which if you've been in the business long enough, when your phone rings on New Year's Eve about 10 o'clock, it's not necessarily the best thing. So I prepared myself and I answered the phone and they said, Kristen, we just came home from an event and there's water pouring through the roof in one of the bedrooms. And I'm like, oh my gosh, this is April Fool's joke, right? And I said, okay, so do you know where it's coming from? They said, no, but we need to call people who do we know. So I gave them a bunch of information for a plumber and for a, restoration company to come out and clean up the water. And thank God we had the people she called were able to come out on New Year's Eve and start to clean up the water and fix the piping. Well, as it turns out, something had chewed the pipes. And of course, the golf course has just been torn up, so any kind of wonderful little animal that's out there is probably running towards where it's warmer, right? So the attic. So I was like, okay, let's figure this out. So the next day we called pest control, and they find some droppings, but they couldn't figure out what it was, but obviously something had gnawed on the pipes. But the plumber had fixed it, restoration company was out there, the painter was going to come in and clean any wet spots. Fast forward about 6 days later, things were pretty much dry, and I get another call. And they said, Kristen, there's water leaking in the kitchen and in the master bathroom now, and we're going to call the restoration company back out, but we think it's the same thing. And sure enough, we get there, and the whatever it was had chewed in those 2 areas. And I was like, well, they must be searching for water. There's got to be something wrong. So we call the pest control company, and he comes back out and lays a trap. And next day, it was a big rat, and they found him, not alive, thank goodness, and all was well. But before they did that, or after they did that, there was this part of the ceiling that obviously was going to have to be repaired, right? And up in the ceiling, there was a pipe that they had totally broken. And although I think it was like a vent pipe, so although it wasn't detrimental to the water supply, it still needed to be fixed. So anyways, they said, I said, you don't necessarily want to let anybody else's plumber on here. I think you should choose the plumber, because if something were to happen, God forbid, you'd want to, 1, make sure they have insurance, and 2, you want it to be someone you had, so if insurance had to cover it, you wouldn't have to pay for someone else, right? Like 3 days before closing, I get a phone call from my client, and my client says, Kristen, and I can tell he's like distraught, but he's trying to hold it together, and he's like, Kristen, you're not going to believe this. And I was like, just let me know what's going on. And he's like, the plumber put his foot through the ceiling. Like, and not just his foot, his whole leg. And so now there's a huge hole in the middle of the ceiling. And I said, okay, we will handle this. I have a guy who can come in and do some sheetrock work, and we'll get it handled, and I will call the buyer's agent and let them know that this has happened, and we need to delay the walkthrough until the repair is finished. I hang up the phone, and I'm like deep breathing and freaking out. I'm like, okay, if I call this agent one more time, they're surely going to pull this deal. But no. So I call the agent. I was like, I just want to let you know that the plumber put his foot through the ceiling. My clients are currently fixing it. And of course, the agent on the other side says, at some point, my buyers are going to think that this is an omen and that they shouldn't buy this house. I said, well, don't let them think that. Everything's going to be fine. It'll be back to normal. And we were able to close the house, and my clients and I went for dinner later, and they're like, we don't know how you kept your cool because we were freaking out, but your ability to smile through it just made it easier for us. And even though, I mean, they shelled out, even through insurance, about $7,000 worth of work. So, you know, it was a lot for them, but my ability to, at that time, and I don't know how I did it, but just handle it with a positive mindset to know that my sellers needed to sell and those buyers needed to buy, and they both loved this house. They, you know, and we were all in this together. We just had to make sure that it was done the right way. So, anyways, they had a blast, and I told them, I said, man, after I got off that phone call with you, I had a little mini panic attack, and I pulled it back together. He's like, you would have never known because you were so cool with me on the phone. And so, you know, all of that to say that your mindset and how you handle things can make or break a deal, you know, and that meant the world to them, and it meant the world to the buyers. So, okay.
It happens to everybody.
It does.
Everybody in this business, so get prepared.
That's right.
Because I had a situation this weekend that, and it's been going on for about a week now, and I'm not going to get into it.
Yeah.
But you have to go back. It was already closed. They've lived in it for 2 months. You have to go back, and you have to comfort them and encourage them. You can't just say, oh, okay, glad you called.
Yes.
You'd like to.
Yes.
You'd like to run from that, but you can't.
Yes, exactly. All right, so page 10, commit to self-mastery. Self-mastery is the possession of great knowledge, skills, and habits that make you the master of you. So when you commit to achieving self-mastery, it explains, 1, you need to know your goals. You need to know, 2, your strengths and weaknesses. And 3, know how to work with both your strengths and weaknesses to seek and master the necessary knowledge, skills, and habits to reach your goals. So we're working really hard today and at the end of the month to work you through and towards self-mastery, right? So step 2 of the 6 personal perspectives is the 80-20 principle. So we know that that 20% of your actions lead to 80% of your results, and that's true in almost everything. If you look at that, you'll see an 80-20 principle. In Ignite, so we're here to identify the 20%, the money-making activities. And of course, that's the lead generation, so we'll point that out over and over again throughout the class. Step 3 is moving from E to P. E is entrepreneurial, and P is purposeful. So it states, high achievers are always looking for the purposeful way. By doing this, they break through the ceiling of their natural behavior. All of us, I think, have that ceiling that we continuously are bumping our heads up against it. I should be time blocking. I should be time blocking. I should be, right, we're entrepreneurial, but I, have to have this, and I don't like to feel like I'm, too structured. That's stressful, whatever that looks like. And oftentimes we're just hitting our head up on that ceiling, and before you know it, once we start to time block, our whole world changes. We actually have more time. We have more flexibility when we're structured in the activities we need to be structured in. And before you know it, we break through the ceiling and we're not knocking our heads so much, right? So definitely making sure that we're moving from E to P in things in our life and being purposeful. Step 4, make being learning-based the foundation of your action plan. A learning-based individual is an individual who has made the decision to use effective learning as the foundation piece for their action plan to develop their life. Training and education are key. Hands down, if you can go and learn, do it. If there's something you can attend, go. It's worth the time if you have it time blocked and you're not taking away from something else that's more important, like your lead generation. But education is a part of that. And oftentimes we don't know what we don't know, right? And so sometimes we just need to get out there and learn. I know the TAR winter meeting is coming up. There are some classes there. There's nothing wrong with attending those things and taking classes. The other best part of it is people come from all over the state. You build relationships with them. You have referral business as well, right? So make sure that you're being smart about how you use your time, especially when you're doing education. You know, get out of your comfort zone, go to other places and learn, travel, visit conferences, because those are places not only are going to learn, but you're going to build relationships and people you can call and say, hey, do you remember that class? You know, I'm kind of like hitting my head against a wall here. I'm not really sure what I'm doing wrong, right? And having that relationship and people to call is awesome too. So, step 5 on page 12 is removing your limiting beliefs. High achiever remove beliefs from their thinking that hold them back. So, for example, some of these thoughts are thoughts you may have thought or heard other people think out loud. I have to be an expert and know everything before I can begin my business. I'm not valid yet. And I think oftentimes, you know, we get ready to get ready to get ready to get ready, and sometimes we're in that constant process of getting ready, right? I don't think I can achieve a profit goal that will fund my life this year. I often find that most people underestimate what they possibly could make if they're willing to put their, the first foot forward and do what they have to do. Now, you'll note that most people overestimate what they can do in 1 year and underestimate what they can do in 5. So it's always a good idea to build a 5-year plan and work yourself backwards so you're realistic about how your first year looks, how your second year looks, how your third year looks. Oftentimes agents will say, well, I'm just going to double my business every year. Well, that may not be realistic. What if you do $6 million in production your first year? Do you have the systems to develop to $12 million in the next year? I mean, there's a whole lot of potential there, but we want to make sure that we're working realistically towards goals so you don't, feel like, okay, I can't accomplish that, right? So go ahead and set a 1-year goal, but it's always better to set that 5-year goal and work backwards. So another thought that they think is because I'm in the business will come to me naturally. I don't need to devote 3 hours each day to lead generation. Judy, you're in the beginning of your career, how many times did people just call you and say, I just want to sell a house, without you having to market, without you having to really say anything? They just knew you're in business and they called you. None. Right.
At the beginning, years ago, we didn't have all the internet stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So you showed up and you took phone duty. And so your ability to connect with somebody over the phone was very important. So you learned scripts,
Yes.
getting them on the phone. But nobody came to me and said, oh, we want to, not for a long, long time.
Well, it took you building a reputation, a relationship, right? Of course, those who are close to us, maybe that knew that we were going in class and they trust us, of course, not always will call.
No.
In
fact, you run through a lot of disappointments when you think, that's my cousin.
That's right.
Or that's my very good friend.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't trust you for some reason, or they don't want you to know their business. There's a lot of things. But anyway.
I've even heard people say, well, that person was like a father to me. He practically raised me.
Yes.
And he's sold with another agent. I said, well, how long has it been since you called him?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe a year. Well, if they're like a dad anyways, you should be calling them more often. But secondly,
and something that goes into that too is you need to let people know,
yes.
even if it's your cousin or your stepfather or
Mm-hmm.
somebody who raised you, that you need to talk about real estate with them.
Yes.
And you send out things to them. I used to think it was funny to send out stats, but no, that shows that you're in the business. You're in the business. So you will be their go-to person.
Yes. Well, no, that's 100%. And this type of thinking is what oftentimes I get, because they're like, oh, people know I'm in the business. I don't really need to tell them. Well, no, absolutely you need to tell them. And not only, you don't necessarily need to tell them, you need to share with them your knowledge about being in the business.
Because they think, sometimes too, I've been told this in many classes, they think maybe you're too busy. Or
Yes.
they maybe, Michael, at first think, "But he's not really serious about this." I mean, I'm just saying that some of your friends might say that.
Yes.
But you've gotta let them know by calling them and then sending out as much stuff that Gary Keller puts on, like, you know, the stats. I hate stats, but that's what, you know.
That's-
some people love them. They say,
That's right.
"Man, Michael's really interested. He's gonna do well in this business." You know?
Absolutely. Absolutely. So just as a group, how would these unlimiting or negative thoughts turn into positive ones? So I need to be a professional. I'm not an expert. Expertise will come from doing. This training will, oh, wait, hold on. I'm reading you mine. So the first one is,
Where are you?
I am right under the activity.
Six, be accountable?
12.
Oh my gosh, you
Oh,
got
wait,
real
wait.
hard in
Oh, wait, no.
Wait. Okay,
Maybe back? Right here.
okay.
Right down here. So to turn in, I have to be an expert. I think we worked on because I'm in the business, so that's perfect. But I have to be an expert. I have to know everything before I can be in business. I'm not valid yet. Do you really have to be a complete expert to go sell real estate?
We used to have, and I have an example for everything, so forgive me. And you
That's
can tell
okay.
me, I put you to teach.
No, I love it.
We had this gal, she was absolutely fabulous, just in everything. Perfect in her dress, just a lovely person, we loved her. But she couldn't quit color coding and tabbing, and she just couldn't get past that. It wasn't quite perfect enough for her to actually take the steps and do what she was so. So sometimes you just have to take them in blind faith.
Yes.
Take the step, knock on the door, call the person, write the contract, get somebody to check you or whatever, but do it. Just
That's right.
do it.
Just do it. That's right. I think in Bold we say, do it, do it, do it, do it, right? In your head, just go do it, right? Okay, step 6, be accountable. Accountability is first and foremost an attitude and an approach to your life. I like how, you know, when we talk about accountability, it's in everything, and sometimes we're not sure where our DNA is in it. You know, if you have a deal that's kind of going sour, you've got some DNA in there somewhere. So how can you be accountable, and how can you work towards, you know, a correction? How can you pivot? So being accountable, it says, everything in my life is a result of my choices and actions. I own my life. So when you're moving through in your business, and let's say you come and you coach with me and you say, you know what, I just didn't lead generate this week. Okay, that's accountability. Well, why didn't you do that? Well, there's this, this, and this. And we can work on those things. But if you come and tell me, well, I am lead generating, I am calling everybody, I have door knocked 70 doors, and I've held 2 open houses, and I'm just not, I didn't get 1 lead. Somewhere in there, there's an accountability piece that's missing. And so being accountable from the front lets us get to the problem quicker. It allows you to have success sooner. So being accountable is key, and that's the 6th personal perspective. It says in here, it talks about this career growth initiative, and I know a lot of you have been meeting with me about CGI, and it talks about that is the culture of accountability that we have in the Market Center now. Your CGI goals are something that you should be looking at day in, day out, at least once a week, if not once a month. And then you should be having quarterly meetings with yourself or your team to make sure that you're on track. If you're a quarter through the year, and we're almost there, if you imagine, we're in February now, can you believe it? We're in February, and real estate is a 3-month business. So if we haven't started lead generating yet, if we go out and start lead generating today, we can expect that we might see a return on something in 90 days. Okay?
Is that what CGI is?
CGI is your tools that help you to determine, based on what you want to net in your pocket at the end of the year, how many deals you're going to have to do.
C stand for?
Career Growth Initiative.
Okay, so that's what it says, right?
Yes, that's correct. And so that CGI number, so you'll end up with 4 numbers. You'll end up with how many appointments you need to go on, how many listings you need to take, how many deals you need to close, and what commission and gross commission income you need to put in your pocket every month to make a number goal. And if you haven't done those yet, I'd be happy to talk with you about them, because the CGI goals are hands down one of the most important things that you can use for yourself and for your team to make sure that you guys are on point. It's the only way. If you're not looking at your numbers, you'll never know when to pivot. You'll never know when to say, okay, we're way off track. We need to get back on. What is everyone doing to hit those numbers? You said you were going to show up to this class. You didn't show up to this class. You said you were going to make these calls. You didn't make these calls. There's nothing bad about it. That's just the reality. So now we got to do a little extra work, right, to hit those goals. And unfortunately, sometimes we have to change what those numbers are if we're not willing to hit them. But if we're willing to hit them, then you can put in effort to do that as long as you're looking at the numbers. So that's a huge, huge part of being accountable.
It's just making people accountable. If they don't do it, I'm sorry.
It's really, it's extra work on us to hold others accountable. The reality, though, is a lot of times we don't know how to hold ourselves accountable. And so we allow others to not be accountable. And so it's a cyclical thing, right?
Well, I just feel like once I tell them what to do and they come and say, well, I don't have time for that, or I can't do that right now, or whatever, and that's in their hands, you know. But once they're told what to do and they do it, it's just, you can, and they're normally naturally accountable people. They want
Correct.
to be.
Correct. Well, and even though, I mean, I think all of us all want to be accountable. That's how we've been raised, right? Maybe we had bedtimes, or maybe we had rules at the kitchen table, or we'd all had rules in school, whether you're homeschooled or not. There was certain times you had to sit and do your handwriting, and you know, to get a gold star, you had to do something extra special, you know what I'm saying? So these types of things are all things we were raised to do. What happens is when we get to be an adult, we sometimes crave a little bit of that freedom, and so we don't hold ourselves accountable. We don't even look at the numbers for two reasons. One, we just think we've got it, and you know, we're just not knowledgeable, but we've got it. We're doing really well. I've got money in the bank. The second thing is we don't want to know. We don't want to know how bad it is. Even if it's, I mean, and oftentimes people look and go, oh, it's really not that bad. You know, we're maybe one listing short of where we should be to meet our goals for the year. We can make that up. That's not a problem. It's when you're not looking at it, though, that it stacks. And it stacks. And before you know it, it's October of the year, and you're like, oh my gosh, we're 10 listings behind. And we know it's a 90-day business. There's no way you're going to turn those 10 listings. If you couldn't do those throughout the year, or you weren't focusing enough, it's going to be very hard. You could if you wanted to, and it's going to be very hard to turn that number. So what I say is your CGI goals are kept with your reports. You can look at them on your multi-year trends. You can look at them as a team. On KW Command, it's going to be a huge piece of that, so I would say watch those. Mastery coaching is a huge way to keep yourself accountable. As an agent, I was in mastery coaching, and we looked at everything in percentages every single week. So I knew how many calls I was supposed to make, how many listing appointments I was supposed to go on based on my CGI numbers. And if I didn't do it, or if I only did half of it, the percentage would only go up a little bit. Man, that hurts. When you're hoping to get up to like 50% and you only went up like 0.25% or 0.02%, even worse, you're like, ooh, look, and you truly start to look at each activity as you do as a percentage towards your goal. And even though we don't like numbers, I'm not a huge numbers person, what it did for me was change my business. I was able to do, in 2017, I did just under 5 million. I was able to do almost that much in the first 6 months of 2018. All because I started looking at my numbers and calling my database. Those two things helped me be more successful, and I spent more time with my family, and I traveled more than I ever had, and I did it all in 6 months, whereas before it was taking me 12 months to do it. So the truth is that you can sell 10 listings, you can sell 30 listings, you can sell 100 listings, all with the same amount of exerted energy. It's just dependent on how you choose to exert that energy. If you're doing it in the right things and you're focusing on those numbers, before you know it, you're hitting your goals, you're beating your goals, and you're like, hey, I got this, I really do. And when someone asks you, hey, Judy, what are your numbers for last month? You'd be like, this, we're off by 2 listing appointments, but we do have an extra buyer under contract, so we're going to hit our goal, right? But if we're not looking at that and we miss those key points to be able to pivot our business, then we don't hit our goals. And that can be depressing. It can turn a lot of people off in the business. I mean, people get out of business because they can't financially afford to stay. And so, my goal is at least to help you to make sure that you can financially afford to stay in the business and that you don't burn out. And these are the ways we do it. Okay? All right, so next page. What page do you have here?
This book is.
All right.
I mean,
17. Okay, so ground rules, we're going to skip that page and we're just going to go to make it happen, and I'm actually going to give you all a 5-minute break to use the restroom, and then we'll start on page 18, making it happen. Okay. I think she's on her way back.
Yeah, she had, a guy that is from Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
Today he's gonna go ahead and lease something after she didn't know he was going to.
Sure.
So she thinks because she doesn't have a buyer rep, sent in that she couldn't get the commission. No, you don't need that, but she's gonna get him to sign something.
Okay, perfect. So we're going to go ahead and move on, and when she gets in here, that's fine. So page 18, make it happen. 4 skills, right at the top. Perfect. 4 skills. So question, what is your job as a realtor? Yes, lead generate. Who is your customer?
Everybody,
What happens if you don't lead generate? Who's your customer?
0.
No one. Yes. And what is your product?
Real estate.
Service.
All of those. Your knowledge, expertise, ability to deliver an experience. Yes. Okay, so skill number 1, we're going to learn some 4 new skills. Skill number 1, know your big why and your monetary goal. Commit to daily lead generation. That's skill 2. Skill 3, use influencing sales language. Skill 4, be accountable to your big why and your monetary goal. So on page 19, it talks about know your big why and your monetary goals. And we've been talking about this through CGI and, are we reaching our financial goals? So really this is, what are you passionate about? What stirs your soul? Why are you in this business? What do you hope to achieve for yourself, your family, your future? So the answers to these are the basis for your big why. And I like this little saying it has here. To achieve success, you need motivation and inspiration for doing it, your big why. And everybody always asks me about all the pictures that are in my office on that big cork board. And I actually printed out probably 100 more thinking they'd all fit. Whoops, they didn't. And I thought, well, 2 is probably a little overkill. They're my why. And sometimes, when some days you just want to sit. And you're like, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it today, right? You're in that mindset. And for me, I'm able to look up and see all those faces smiling and all those experiences we've had and say, okay, I've got to push through that feeling today. Whatever's stopping me, it's not big enough because my why is bigger, right? So that's what we're figuring out today, your passion for your big why. So the journey requires discipline and a commitment to follow models, systems, and a schedule every single day. It requires passion towards something bigger than the task at hand, and that would be your big why. And at the bottom, it has a little arrow there. It seems very light on yours. It says passion for your big why. You follow the models and plus time on task over time, and that's going to equal success. So we'll go ahead and turn the page to page 20. At the top, it says top agents can all articulate their big why, and you will be able to as well. Now, when I first got into the business, and probably about even still 2 years into the business, I really struggled with articulating my big why.
Really?
Yes. My why was my family, but why for my family? What was it that I wanted for them? Was it just, because I loved them? Was that enough? Was it that I wanted to spend time with them? Was it that I wanted to experience things with them? Or was it that I wanted to show them that, working hard towards the significance that you search in your life actually brings you more value than anything could ever, and was it because, I wanted my kids to grow up to, do the same thing, and whatever it is they long to do that fits their personality style, that they're happy and that they enjoy it, and they're not just punching a time clock because they have to. They're not just keeping a job for the insurance, right? And so I really had to dig deep for that. In fact, my coach said, I want you to go watch a video, and I watched the Matthew McConaughey video, and he said, I desire, because when you ask, do you have a hero? Do you have someone you look up to? And I struggled with that. Do I have people in my life that influence me? Absolutely. Do I have people in my life that I admire for the work that they put in and the way that they give back and love other people? Of course I do. But do I have a hero? I'm not really sure. And so I watched this video, and he said, the person I desire to be, that I want to be exactly like, is the person I am in 10 years. As long as I'm continuing to grow and pursue my goals and push through the challenges and the opportunities that I have in life, I want to be that person. And in 10 years, guess what? I want to be the person that's 10 years from that. And I love that. And I realize that that's exactly the truth, is that we're constantly thinking like, I'm going to be like this person. And we're looking at what they are on the outside. And we're imagining that, oh, they've got it easy. Look at how their life is, right? And in Bold, you're going to learn that you shouldn't compare your insides to other people's outsides, right? And it's so key that when you're looking towards the future and you're looking at your big why, that you're able to articulate it at a deep level. Otherwise, it's not a driver. Yeah, I want to spend time with my family. Well, I did that last weekend. You know, that's really not what you're looking for. What are you truly looking for? Okay? So yeah, I absolutely struggled with that and was able to come through it. Did you know your big why off the bat, Judy?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah? Yeah. And I think that's, sometimes I coach a lot of agents who will come in and say, well, you know.
But I didn't verbalize it until I got to Keller Williams, and Gary Keller says, why, you know. I really didn't have it, you know, but all along it's, yeah, it was to help get my kids raised, help. It was all about them. We
Yes.
had 3 sons, and we wanted them to have all kinds of things, material things, but actually to write down monthly, what's your big why this month, I think is important too, because it changes, and then teaching them to also figure out why they're doing something.
Absolutely.
But my big why is to do everything to the glory of God.
And that's beautiful. And I think as you live that, people see that. And sometimes when we're having one of those challenging days, mindset-wise, if we know that and we feel that, it's easier to get through it. You know, you put your feet on the floor and get out of bed. Or if you're laying in bed, you actually rest well. You rest easy, you know.
And when you don't know what to do, there's a little saying that came out a long time ago, and we had little bracelets and everything, and the kids wore them. But it's good for adults too. What would Jesus do?
Absolutely.
You
Absolutely.
know, you think, what am I supposed to do here?
That's right.
And I mean, I even asked myself this morning, and I thought Jesus would be here. So
Absolutely. Well, thank you for that. Well, and what accountability, and that's just another, you know, kind of opportunity to know that that was also an accountability, because every time you saw that, just like looking at your numbers, right? It's that feeling that you get here that goes, okay, I'm good. I'm good. I've got this. You know, if he's got me, then there's nothing else. I'm just going to go do, and before you know it, there I am.
And go face that too.
That's right.
Leaking water in
The
a
leaking
house
water
after-
with the
but
big
that
rat.
was before you closed too.
That was before we closed.
Oh, yeah, that would have made me have a nervous breakdown.
Oh, let me tell you, if I had enough
But
vodka.
you
No,
have
just
to go
kidding.
face it, and that's, I think you teach your children that way back. Well, I'm not going to do that. I said, well, you are. You're going to go face them.
That's right.
You're going to say, I'm sorry that I said what I said to your son. I had my son have to go say he was sorry to somebody, and it was very hard.
Yes.
Because he had called that kid a bad name.
Yeah.
And he had to go tell the parents, you'll go to the parents' door, because
Uh-huh.
they called me.
Yeah.
And you'll face up. And it's made men out of them. It's hard to make
Right.
your kids go be accountable, because it's hard to be accountable.
It is. It's hard because we have to then admit our failing or our, you know, our hiccup, our opportunity for growth. We have to admit those things, and oftentimes we don't want to because we don't want to believe them ourselves.
Well,
But
sometimes parents just say, well, I don't blame you for saying that. You know,
yes.
I don't blame
Well,
you.
they deserved it or something like that.
And that's
Yeah.
really bad. That's the reason we see kids
That's right.
shape that they're in.
So your big why may be to have financial success tied directly to your efforts instead of a salary controlled by the opinions of a boss. It might be to build your own business, or it might be to achieve a bigger life through your business. So right under big future, it says, write down the date 12 months from now. And I'm going to go ahead and write the date 12 months from now. I'm going to see if Michael is coming.
Write down the date 12 months from now.
So
I don't want to mark in this book because it's very, very good. I'm just gonna.
that's okay.
Put it in my diary, okay?
So it's February 2nd, 2020. So February 2nd, 2020. And I was going to wait for him because we're going to do some visualization, but I think he's not going to come in yet. Okay, so we'll just, that's okay. We're going to get through this, and I can go through this with him one-on-one. So let's talk about February 2nd, 2020. Let's not rush it, but let's in our minds go there. And let's imagine, if you close your eyes for a second, and just imagine that your business is thriving and your life is everything you've dreamed of. Your customers rave about the experience and value you provide and think of you when they have a real estate need. Your family and friends are so proud of your success and are consistently referring business your way. You're helping others live their dream of owning a home because you're focused on helping them get what they desire. You're building the foundation and momentum for your entire career, gaining relationships and experiences and the income you desire. You're the top agent in your market center, or even Rookie of the Year if you're new. You're poised to hire a part-time assistant or a full-time assistant that can handle your 80% while you take care of this top 20% that grows your business. You're on the path to building a career worth having, a business worth owning, and a life worth living. How does that feel, knowing that today, February 2nd, 2020, all of these things have happened? How does it feel?
Feels good.
Exciting. Yeah. Yeah. And why, though? Just because you helped a lot of people, or why?
Yes, but also in order to be at that place, I'll be using my time wisely and most efficiently. And
Yeah.
not wasting it in areas that I don't need to be spending it.
And that's huge. That's huge because a lot of times, you know, we make that list and we're like, oh, we brushed our teeth, check it off the list. Oh, done, I'm accomplished for the day, right? It's when we are able to complete our success list, the things that actually are pushing us forward towards our goal, that everything else happens. Everything else is going to fall into place. But those top things, it helps us feel like, okay, we have this. We can go on the next day. We can handle anything, any leak that comes our way. Okay, so your turn, your big why. So I'm going to give you all about 5 minutes to write in your answers to these questions. What is your driving motivation, the why or the goal for your career in real estate? What will achieving your goal mean for you? In what ways will your life change, and what doors will open for you? And then there's actually a part 2 on the next page. And I'm going to let you continue on to that because it summarizes from all of those answers, write one statement that summarizes your big goal. And then what could get in the way of achieving your big why and how you can prevent that. So I'll give you guys some time to do that. we are doing this and this.
Good questions.
Mm-hmm. Thought-provoking, right? And you're welcome to move on to the next page where you summarize them into your big why statement. Okay. So big why. Who wants to share their one statement for their big why?
Providing financial freedom for my family.
Okay. And what could get in the way of achieving that? Exactly. Right. Me. What in you? Doubts? Okay.
Unsure.
Uncertainty?
Certain.
Yep. Yeah. Okay. And so how do you think you could prevent that?
Plans.
Huh?
Plan.
Having a plan. Exactly. Yep. Checking the boxes. If that's what fits personality-wise, definitely. Next. Check those boxes. Awesome. Anybody else want to share? Okay. Yeah, I think oftentimes we get in our own way, right? So just being realistic, being accountable, having integrity around what we're doing, being transparent when we're not sure about something, we ask, you know. But building a plan is a great way to meet your big why. But it's not just building it, it's doing what? Doing it and reviewing it consistently, making sure that you're looking at it. Because, I mean, how many people have built a business plan and never go back and look at it? How do you think their businesses are?
I will share mine.
Yes.
I said, I want to help people and I want to make a difference in others' lives.
I love
So
that.
that's the big why every day.
And is there anything that you think that could prevent you from meeting your big why?
Oh yeah, myself gets in the way.
Yeah.
My
Yeah.
selfishness actually gets in the way.
It's amazing how we share that or mirror that onto others sometimes when we say, well, I don't want to really call them and bother them. Is that them or is that us? because they may get your call and think it's the best. It may have made their week. And how selfish are we that we don't call them and say hello because we're scared of what they might think. That's our stuff. That's not their stuff, right? Thank you for sharing. Monetary goal, page 23. We talk about the career growth initiative. So, and it says there in bold, first you must have a goal, right? So what I want you to do is write down your annual monetary goal there. So what do you want to make by the end of 2019?
What? Right away?
Oh, sorry, there's not a box here, is there? Let's see. First you must have a goal. It's actually right here by that dollar sign.
Oh.
Yeah. Perfect. It's right here.
Right here?
Yeah. Okay. So now that you've written down your monetary goal, let's look at what it takes to achieve this amount by calculating the average commission on each house bought or sold. So does it have an estimated average sales price? So it kind of shows you there. On the next page, we're going to fill in our own. So the average sales price, if you don't know what yours is, in the Georgetown area is around $285,000. So we'll just use that number, 285. And then the average commission rate to you would be dependent on, there you go, whether or not you, sometimes people charge, I mean, you could charge whatever you want. So whatever that looks like. The average in the office is 2.9, but I want you to put down what you hope to have your average be. And then, so go ahead and calculate that. Take that percentage that you put down of average commission by the 285, and you should get an average commission. I have 85.50. Perfect.
We went to the same school.
Perfect. That's fine. Okay. So now you're going to factor in the market center fees. That gives you an example there of the cap plus the royalty. So if you have a cap, you'll put your cap there right next to your market center. And then that would, 18. Or no, yours is 10, right? And then, and whatever and then your royalty fee, which should be $3,000. So, and if you're on a team, it may be different. So, if you're on a team, it's probably different. So let's just work off your cap if that's the case. So the total is going to go right down there. You see total?
I'm not following.
Well, your cap is
It's different than what, so whatever the team structure is. So oftentimes,
This times 30%.
no. Does she know, or just whatever she pays you?
Yeah, she knows what she
Okay.
pays.
Yeah.
We'll work through that.
That's fine. Okay. So, and you can just guesstimate based off of this is fine, but that's probably way more because our market center cap is less than this. It's actually 18 plus the 3,000 royalties. So you can work off that.
It's
But
18,000.
right,
and-
for the market center.
Yeah, and that's mine, and then when you have a team, you can work that out with
That's
your team
correct.
any way you want to.
So what we're going to do is we're going to work the math here. So if you want to help her.
She's at 80%, so,
Yeah.
we'll go
Okay.
through that with her. Yeah.
That's perfect. Okay, so so on page 25, it's going to show you how many transactions you need to do to hit your goal. So for instance, on the example, you'll see that the annual net goal is 100,000. The market center cap is 23. So the 100 plus the 23 is 123,000. Their average commission is 6. So that person's annual transaction goal should be about 21 to meet their annual net of 100,000. So on page 26, it's your turn. So you'll put your annual net goal there, whatever you had originally written down that you want to put in your pocket net, meaning after everything's done. Your market center cap or your team cap, whatever that is, because you were both on teams, so it would be different for both of you. And then So the annual net, so A plus B should equal C, whatever your GCI is. Going to need to be, and then your average commission, so we said 85.50, I think yours is 82.65, should equal your annual transaction goal. Okay?
Is that what we got? So we got. Could be right.
Some market centers are 23,000,
Yeah.
but we're
That's how
we're
many.
18,000 in both Round Rock and Georgetown because we go back at the very beginning. That's where it was set.
Yeah, so ours is 18 for cap, and then if you have a royalty, it's another 3,000 for the Rainmaker, but I think we're grandfathered in, so.
Yeah, we're grandfathered.
Mhm.
That's another thing.
So 12 transactions to meet this goal. It's one a month. Can you do it? I know you could do it.
Nope.
Well, there we go. That's a great way to start the mindset. That's what he said too.
It doesn't seem like a whole lot.
She's already there.
About halfway,
And it's just now.
end of February if it closes.
When
I'll be
was
halfway.
your month that you started? I forgot.
A very end of July, July
July.
21st.
So she's already capped for our
Uh-huh.
team.
Up to November.
And she's a, yeah, so it's really, she's a gift.
Yes.
I can't explain.
Well, that's awesome. So, and this is why I want y'all looking at your numbers, because I think we all in our heads think to make this big number, it's a scary number. And it's really not. I think, and even if it were, let's say, a scary number, if your goal is that big, you're already prepared to put in that effort. So it's not necessarily a scary number. It's about having a plan. And knowing that you're about to hit your goal, or at least half of your goal, and we're only second month in the year.
Rest of the year, couldn't
She could if she wanted to, or she could up her goal.
Or you could work harder.
Yes,
I have a
So-
plan.
that's right. That's right. And so that's the thing. And what the beauty of all of this, though, is that you then know, oh, I could take a vacation, or I could, you know what I'm saying? You could do things and know that your business is working for you because you're preparing for that. And not that you're going to just take off some time because you're hitting your goal. That's not what we want. And what we want is, as you're going through business, to say, you know, yes, I've hit my goal and I've prepared. So if I take this week off, one, it's not going to set me back. I've hit my goal. And second, my business is already working for me. So all those referrals that I've generated are in the process. And you can leave your business to someone else and go away for a week, and before you know it, you're blowing your goals out of the water.
She knows that the people that know her and like her and she's done business with, they say, we want to put our house on the market next week. She can say, we're going to be gone next week. But you can talk to Judy if it's an absolute necessity,
Uh-huh.
or you can wait till I get back. Is it okay to wait till I get back, or do we need to move forward now? And
Absolutely.
she's got that freedom.
Absolutely.
As being on a team.
Absolutely. However, if you're way behind in your goals, when you're on that vacation, are you really on vacation?
No.
No, you got your laptop up on the beach, and your family's like, boo.
I
Mom.
will say, you know, if you're on your own, you will get calls on vacation.
Of
and
course.
You will be frustrated, so.
Well, and again, it's about how you set your business. If you're on your own, there's a way to plan your business so that when you're gone, someone else can take your calls. And if you're ahead of schedule on your goals, you're not going to feel bad about someone else taking your calls. However, if you're not ahead of schedule on your goals, you're behind on your goals, you're going to feel awful, and you're going to refuse to let anybody else do it because you need, we call it commission breath a little bit, you know, when people start to get desperate. You know, people get a little desperate and they're like, commission, right? I will take all calls on my vacation. I will never rest. And that's not good for anybody. So we want you to be at or ahead of your schedule, and you don't know that unless you're looking at your numbers. Okay, skill number 2, commitment to daily lead generation. I'm going to be quick about this page. As you can see, it says, imagine that you are in a factory and it takes so long to make a widget. Here it says it takes 8 hours. And if step 1 takes 2 hours, step 2 takes 2 hours, step 3 takes 2 hours, step 4 takes 2 hours, you'll equal 8 hours. But you also know that if you don't do step 1, then at the end of the day, guess what would happen? You're fired. Yeah, you would have no widgets, right? So real estate is no different. There's a time involved for your lead gen. There's a time involved for your appointments. There's a time involved for setting up your agreements. There's a time involved for writing your contracts, and there's a time involved for closing. A whole lot of like 300 other things that happen in between that time frame. And the reality is it takes about 90 days from start to finish of that. If you're not lead generating at the beginning, what happens 90 days later? You're not necessarily fired, but you don't have a job, right? So definitely make sure that you're putting in the effort where the time counts. So how long does it take to get, on the next page, a buyer or a seller to sign a contract for a sale or a listing?
Our averages,
Mm-hmm, sure.
how would you say your averages were?
Like a month?
Yeah, about a month. That sounds about right for a listing or a buyer.
Or a buyer.
Yeah.
Well, once you get them to sign the buyer, well, from the buyer agreement to making an offer on the house, I would say.
About a month. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I would say, yeah, for me, listings would happen a little quicker at the hotter part of the month because people have been getting prepared, right? So if you're in touch with your database before they're starting to get prepared, like let's say in January and they're preparing for a March sale, you know what's happening, right? So the time from first contact and knowledge, okay, they're going to sell, to close is going to be a little longer. But the reality from signing to close is going to be much quicker. It could be a 45-day process.
Or maybe 3 days. I've got people I've been working with
That's
for
right.
a year, and they want to pay cash, and they want to close in 3 days.
That's right.
I said, I'll have to find a title company that will work that.
That can do that. So just make sure that when you are preparing and you're running your numbers that you know the time allotted for each deal, whether it's buyer or seller. So on page 29, next page, it talks about, there's a few other questions on there, like how quickly do you want to get paid? How quickly y'all want to get paid? Today. Yesterday. How long can you go without a payday? That's the bigger question. That's the part that hurts, right? Because we could all go so long. Maybe some of us is the week, you know, and if we know that real estate's a 90-day business, boy, we should have been working 3 months ago, right? So making sure we keep those time frames in front of us. Okay, lead generation. So to fill that lead generation funnel, which you see here, you have to start with leads. And once you get the leads, they turn in, as you can see there, appointments. And then appointments, you will convert them to agreements. And you'll convert those agreements into contracts. And you will convert those contracts into closings. Okay? So page 30, it's going to talk call every session. We're going to skip that. Actually, you guys have skill 3. Just kidding. Joking. Huh? Yeah, nope, I pulled that page out. It's just in my book.
Oh.
So skill number 3, use influencing language of sales. Now, sometimes, is that what you guys have?
I have page 40.
35? Oh, that's where the pages that you pulled out, that's where these go. Wherever they went. So it looks like this. Skill number 3, use influencing sales language. Now, there is a class called Language of Sales that after you master some scripts, and as many as you possibly can, would be a great class to take. But oftentimes what I hear from agents is, I'm just going to write my own script. And I beg you to not. Just don't do it. Just go use what's been given to you, because I can guarantee you they work. Scripts are written in such a way that they have influencing language in them. And when I say influencing, it's not coercing. It's not, manipulating. It's influencing. And the reason why, again, is because most people already have in their head what they want to do. They just don't know how to make that happen. They are indecisive. They are confused. They are scared. And so by being able to use language in such a way, what you do is you help them overcome the fear, you help them clear the confusion, you help them see past whatever it is that's in front of them that they're having trouble getting around, and you help them build a plan, and before you know it, they have a great experience, right? So some scripts are, did you find everything you were looking for? That's a script. Go ahead, look around, and please let me know if I can help you. I see you're admiring that large screen TV. Are you looking to have one in your home for the big game this weekend? Ooh, that'd be nice, right? Actually, there is a game tomorrow, right? Super Bowl's tomorrow. So these are common sales languages. Okay, so since we are first in the business of lead generation, what are we really saying about our jobs? And we're going to guess to fill in the blank. So what are we doing? Blank about their blank needs to, blank about their blank needs and the needs of blank. So who or what are we doing? Since we're first in the business, what are we really saying about our job? I'm just going to help you with this.
So we need to ask about their home needs and the needs of their family.
That's good. So talking to people about their real estate needs and the needs of the people they know. So very similar to exactly what you said. So 2 ways of doing this. Did you need me to repeat that?
What did you say again, Leslie? Sorry, yes, I
Oh,
like
I
the
just
original.
said to ask them, to ask people, ask them about their, I said home needs, but real estate needs.
Yep.
I was thinking open house, you know, kind of.
Yeah.
And the needs of their family, if they had a family. I was just
Perfect. Yeah,
mentioning open house.
that's okay. I love it.
That's awesome.
So
She's
two.
been very successful too, by the way. I would say what, 90% of your sales came from open house.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Not friends or?
In fact, she probably later on needs to teach a class on how to have an open house.
Open house.
Because she's been very successful.
We will talk about that.
Okay.
So the 2 ways of doing this, we talked earlier about E to P, entrepreneurial and purposeful. So entrepreneurial is just chatting up whoever happens to cross your path. And if real estate comes up, great. If it doesn't, oh well, I'm sure I'll get a deal one of these days, right? So that's being entrepreneurial, right? Just kind of waiting for it to fall into your lap. Purposeful is to know exactly who you want to talk to, block the time to communicate with them, and be prepared to have great conversations that lead you to providing value in exchange for helping them to grow your business. I don't know about y'all, but P sounds good to me, you know? Because how much more time does that give me later on instead of having to go, man, it didn't happen for me yet. Like, nobody called.
I think too with E, if you're out in public, grocery store, apartment complex, if you can make that shift
Mm-hmm.
from E to P in the midst of a conversation, just taking control of that situation.
Right.
I don't set out to go to H-E-B to find clients, but
Right.
when those opportunities present themselves to start talking to people, then I take control and direct it.
Right. Well, and if your goal is to ultimately impact lives and gain significance through that, then what you're doing is being purposeful with that as well.
It just
Because,
comes naturally if
Yes.
that's your goal, is what you're saying.
exactly.
And because yesterday she had an appointment with an apartment manager and got an appointment to sell her house.
Awesome.
Really?
So, you know, you have to go in with the mindset that, you know, you've got something that they need. You've got experience, number 1. You've got the purpose of helping people, number 2. And so when you do that, it just automatically starts happening.
Absolutely.
If you go in with, I gotta make a commission here, I gotta get this apartment leased, or I gotta do this or that, sometimes that doesn't, I mean, yes, that is a motive, but not the
Shouldn't be
100% top of the line motive for doing
Absolutely. Absolutely. So page 36, scripts are cool.
Yes, they are.
And this is how you become purposeful, because a lot of times what we think is these sound canned or this doesn't sound like us. And the reality is that by memorizing scripts and internalizing them, what happens is they come out very naturally. And again, our goal is to impact lives. And how can we do that if we don't know how to help people see what they can't necessarily see yet, right? So scripts are cool. So we're going to learn about the purpose of scripts, the benefits of them. We're going to learn a couple of them. And then, of course, the goal is to call with scripts. So 1, purpose of scripts. A great script is 100% customer-oriented and benefits the customer throughout the entire conversation. It's not about you. It's not fluffy. This is how much I've done. It's how can I benefit you? What can I offer you? Okay? So it says communication isn't about what you think you're saying. It's about what they actually hear. I'm going to say that one more time. Communication isn't about what you think you're saying. It's about what they actually hear. And that's why scripts are written the way they are. You know, you're listening for their response. They're listening for your response, you know, in this transfer of communication. My first script when people come to my open houses is, how did you find us today? You know, welcome. How did you find me? How'd you find the open house? What am I looking for?
How to spend.
Do you have a realtor? Are you
That's exactly it. I'm looking to see, because I normally put anywhere from 20 to 25 signs out per open house, right? Because I'm looking for unrepresented buyers, especially if I'm there not as the listing agent, right? I'm looking for possible leads. Yeah, I want to sell the house I'm in, but ultimately I know that 1% of the houses that I sit are going to sell from my open house. So I know I'm there to gather lead sources. So,
But also,
Mhm.
you want to find out how to market it. What's really helping? Is it
Right.
helping that they looked on the internet, or did they see the signs? Is the internet really helping? What can you do to, okay.
exactly. Well, that's true. And then I also know if I say, "Welcome, how did you find us today?" First of all, they're like, "Oh," because it shocks them that I even care how they found me, how they found us, because that's not a typical question. And I'm going to know, "Oh, well, I saw your signs. I couldn't help but stop in." Unrepresented. Or our realtor sent us, "Great, who is your realtor?" Right? Because oftentimes they can't come up with a name on a fly. And if they've been going to open house after open house, they know I'm going to ask them if they have a realtor. So instead of asking, "Do you have a realtor?" I say, "Oh, great, who is your realtor?" Right? And do you have their card? Because I'd love to call them when everything is done and let them know you came through the open house so they know how to discuss with you the result, what you felt about the house. The other thing I'm looking for is if they're using apps. What apps are they using? Are they using a KW app? Because if not, I have one to offer them, which could be beneficial, right? Maybe they're using another online app that's not as reliant. So all of these things are scripts and ways to get information, and what they're hearing is, "I actually care about how you found me. I actually care if you have a realtor. I do." One, I want to make sure that I reach out to your realtor, and secondly, that's a relationship for me later on, right, is with their realtor. Because if I call, and I've had agents do that for me, and they call me and say, "Hey, just want to let you know your clients came through my open house today. They seem to like it. Let me know if they have any questions." I love it when a realtor does that, because sometimes I don't know if my buyers are out there just, on their way home from church deciding to stop by an open house. And even though I give them cards and tell them, if that ever happens, to give someone my card, it's always nice when an agent calls me to say, "Hey, your clients were through." And because sometimes I just don't know,
It's encouraging.
It is encouraging.
All of my clients remember to do that. They really like me.
That's right. That's right. Okay, so getting comfortable with scripts. So we're going to watch this video here about scripts. I get to find it, though.
You're recording this, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So can we get it, will we be able to get it on KW Command?
I think it's on KW Georgetown, but I can get the link to send to you. Absolutely.
Because we may have to depart for a little long.
That's fine. That is fine. You had mentioned that to me earlier. I completely understand. Okay, there we go. Let me get to the script. Where'd it go? Oh, I didn't do videos. Videos.
But this will be good. She's going to send us a link. Okay. And hear it again, right?
I don't know how loud this is going to be, so warning.
Hi, I'm Jeff Glover, and I'm going to tell you the top 5 things that you need to know about using scripts. Step 1, you're going to need to get your scripts from a top agent in the office, your team leader, a maths coach, or of course Keller Williams University. Step 2, we're going to need to do a total transformation of, instead of talking and telling, of asking questions. Selling isn't telling, selling is asking a series of questions that leads to a desired response. So instead of talking so much, we need to get in the habit of asking questions. And asking questions gives us control of the conversation. Control of the conversation gives us our ultimate outcome, which is an appointment set or closing. Step 3, we need to listen with good intentions. Well, what I mean by that is we need to listen to their answers instead of just listening to them talk and asking another question that comes to mind. For example, instead of asking a seller where they're moving to and then going on to the next question, how soon would you like to be there, ask them, where are you moving to? And when they give you a response, ask them, what takes you there? Step 4, in becoming better at scripts, is we need to learn to mimic, mirror, and match the prospect. What I mean by that is we have to listen to their tone of voice. We have to speed up or slow down based on how fast the prospect is talking. That means when they respond and say, we're moving to Toledo, oh, Toledo, that's exciting. What takes you there? 93% of communication is body language and tonality. And that means only 7% are the words that we say or the questions that we ask. Step 5, we need to take these 5 points and practice them daily. If you think of NFL teams, they practice 50, 60 hours on the practice field for a 1-hour game. Our game is our presentations and our appointments, and we need to practice daily everything that we've learned every single day before we meet with our clients. When it comes to scripts, my biggest aha is that everybody has their own scripts. We're pre-programmed to have scripts, and we're talking and asking questions that are scripted. However, what we found is that most of our own scripts are no good. And so we have to learn the right scripts, the right questions to maintain control of the conversation. Thanks for watching KW Connect. Make it a great day.
Awesome. Ahas on that?
Just the same that I always have, is just taking control of the conversation.
By asking questions.
We're gonna die.
What's
I
that?
don't know what that is.
It's like they're testing
The system.
the warning system.
I was like,
Practice scripts daily.
uh-huh. Yeah. And having an accountability partner in that is huge. You know, I practiced the 5-star script every day for, 5 days a week for 6 months. And now it's super easy for me to have that conversation. So I just implore you to find somebody that is, even, they don't have to be the best at scripts. They just have to be the best at holding you accountable to what you're saying. So, excuse me, if they're making it easy for you all the time and you're like always getting the appointment, then be harder on me. Just have that conversation. Say, I want you to throw me objections that I would see on an average basis. If you work me up and I always get the appointment and the first thing that happens, I get shot down, I'm never going to call anybody again, right? So find somebody who you're comfortable with and yet that's going to hold you accountable and make sure that they throw objections at you, okay? So benefits of scripts, page 38. They give us, I guess that's, I don't know, maybe Siri thought I was talking to her. Scripts give us the confidence to do our job, and confidence is key, right? They allow us to stay focused and present in the moment. They provide consistency in what we say or do. What else do scripts do for us?
Help us become more fluent in
Yeah,
talking to people about facts and how to deliver it.
absolutely. Absolutely. Delivery of facts. What else? Anything else?
If you have multiple scripts to choose from, and this goes back to education as well, it's the language of the learner.
Mhm.
So if you can listen to the words that they're continuing to use and give definition to them, and perhaps there are scripts that will help you communicate
Absolutely.
their mindset. That's
Well,
interesting.
and if you are able to have an objection that naturally comes out, even though it's practice and rehearse, it naturally comes out, it truly gets them to where they need to go, right? I mean, again, they're really wanting your help in figuring out. I mean, it could be even that the script is, now is not going to be the best time for you to sell your home. You're underwater or whatever, and they're just wanting to test the market. Having scripts that are even, that are available to you when it's a tough time or when it's, you have to deliver not so happy news. I mean, to reduce the price, you have to be ready with some objection handlers at that, And if you were able to handle a lot of those up front, then making a price adjustment is simpler. It's less stressful, right? And then having objection handlers just in case, they have a plethora of objections headed your way. Then you being able to handle that conversation and with a positive mindset and with real answers helps them tremendously.
Gives you authority.
That's right.
You are the expert after you practice those things. And it's very hard to go in when you don't have confidence in your ability. So if you've got scripts, that gives you confidence in your ability. and to practice them with somebody else, which we haven't done a whole lot, but every experience we have, we converse about how, you know, to answer it, but to have those answers up front sometimes helps. Sometimes you can say all those things and it doesn't, they don't listen, and then they'll listen if you, sometimes it takes 3 times or 4 times saying the same thing to
It
people,
does.
because we're speaking a different language.
That's correct.
We're
That's
speaking
correct.
real estate,
That's right.
so,
What are 3 negative consequences for failing to learn scripts? And what happens if you can't handle an objection?
Fail to secure a listing or a buyer.
And what happens if you fail to secure? You don't get paid. And then that big why is at stake, right? We have to remember that, and that's why we're looking at that big why every day. This is at stake if I fail to do the top 20% of what I need to do so I can be successful, you know. And there's so much opportunity to fail forward in this business. I mean, you're going to learn things. You're just going to, you know, flat on your face. Next day you're up, you're dusting yourself off. You're like, okay, I'm just going to go at this a different way, and I'm going to practice my scripts. And next time, I'm going to have an answer for that person. You know, next time, I'm going to be able to show them where my value lies in this particular expertise, right? So making sure that you remember that every task that's a part of that 20% that gives you that 80% is so important, right? So learning scripts, in order to internalize them so they become our own and sound natural and friendly, we begin memorizing them. They take time and they take practice. It says here, it kind of gives you a way under practice makes perfect. I would take this in the next, let's see, the memorize in 6 steps. And then there's actually a script there to practice. I would, it should be, it's a little, yes, it's this one right here. And this is quite small. I don't know why they print it out so small here. They print it out much larger.
Do you have a larger one?
Huh?
Do you have a larger one?
Yeah, I do. But these are also in that scripts book. And I mean, you could even use these too, because a lot of them are going to be,
The same.
yeah, calling your database, reminding people that you're new in real estate, new to the area. So the goal is here, how do you practice them into your daily, like how do you incorporate practice into your daily routine? And it talks here about arranging to spend 15 minutes a day with a partner, recording yourself. There's an app on your phone that you can start, like when you're on a phone conversation, you can record yourself and the whole conversation.
Can I record myself?
Huh?
When
Yes.
When you're presenting information to somebody, may I record myself?
Absolutely.
That's
Absolutely.
interesting. I've never done that, but boy, I can come out saying, oh, I wish I'd said that. I wish I hadn't said that.
That's right. Well, and it's an education. Sometimes we don't know. Like, I say a lot. I also say like a lot. That was from, you know, I'm a Valley girl from California. So like was definitely something they were right. In the movie Clueless, we use like a lot. I also say a lot, and I'll catch myself. And when I'm watching recordings, I hear that, and that's something I'm constantly like, don't fill the space, right? Sometimes when you're talking to people, you'll catch yourself doing these things that you'll want to eliminate from your speech pattern. The other thing too is, it's one on record, but if you're doing this for practicing scripts of what we're talking about, what you're doing is you're hearing how you pause if you're going to handle an objection. How do you wait? Like sometimes you're in that negative future with them or the negative present with them, and when you're having that conversation, sometimes you just have to stop talking. It's really awkward. But you just stop talking.
Because they have to be listened to. This is
That's
a
right.
mistake that I know I've made in the past. Let them talk.
Right.
Let them tell you, but know the questions to ask when there is a pause.
That's right.
But I'm so many times I think I just want to get in there, get my presentation over with, and da-da-da-da.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, slow down. I have to tell myself, slow down, take your time, let them talk. They'll tell you almost everything you need to know.
Absolutely. Well, and when you're doing the practice, which is what this is talking about here, doing the 15 minutes a day, it doesn't take much, but you can go back after your practice and listen to how you practice and how you handled their objection or how they handled your objection. You're like, man, that was good. So recording it is always a good idea. Okay. So definitely on page 40, page 44, take some time maybe in the next couple of days and use the memorization in 6 steps. We're not going to do that today, but I do want you to use that memorize in 6 steps where you read the first sentence of a script and then you read it, you repeat it with a huge smile on your face really quick, and you go through the script as fast as you can, line by line. Before you know it, you've memorized it, and you've memorized it with a smile on your face, and then it will come out naturally. Probably at a time that you don't even recognize, and all of a sudden you're like, wait, where did that come from? How did I know to say that, right? Okay, so skill number 4, be accountable to your big why and your monetary goals. Now, we've already set our big why and we've set our monetary goal. So now we need to figure out this accountability feedback loop. So we learned that the accountability is a tool for continually changing the results in your life in those areas that matter most, so your top 20%. And we've learned about the CGI, and we also talked about how to set those based on CGI. So to support your goal setting, we recommend, and we've talked about this, following an action plan, so a business plan, even if you could, like a 5-year plan and work backwards from that. And then also make sure you're working with your Market Center leadership. That's what we're here for. We're here to help you. We're here to support you. We want to see you succeed. So if you're not sure about your CGI goals, if you need to figure out what that team tool looks like, definitely meet with your Market Center leadership because we want to support you, okay? And then, of course, develop a prioritized plan of action, and we're going to talk about what that looks like. So we're moving from E to P this year, right? We're all going to be purposeful, right? So your action plan is 1, make a list. And if you read in the one thing, you're going to read that it's not just about making a list. It's making a list of all the things that require action and resolution, and then making sure you have a success list. What are the top things that if I got this done today or this week, man, my world would be wonderful. I'd sleep better at night. You know what I'm saying? What are those things? And to do that, you have to prune it. And it talks about, is it dollar productive and part of your top 20%? Does it have relevance? Is it unimportant? Could someone else do this? Another way to look at this is start to calculate on your best month, how much did you make per hour? The hours that you worked, divided into the time, the actual commission that you made. I think one of my better months, I did like $150 an hour. And so one night I was sitting at home and I was washing dishes. And I'm like, I could pay somebody $15 an hour to come wash dishes. It's costing me $150 an hour to wash dishes, right? So maybe it's not all things. However, if you really start to look at, this is your job, this is your career, and when you're punching a clock, it's easier to think, I'm making $20 an hour, I'm making $20 an hour, I'm making $40 an hour, right? But when you're in real estate, it's hard for us to imagine what our hourly rate is, but you need to know what that is, because you need to know what your value to your business is. And if I'm making $150 an hour out in the field, but I'm in here typing up a listing presentation that could be leveraged, where is my time best spent? And so start thinking about that. If it helps you to put a number to it, think about it in that way, because I have a lot of people who are doing that, getting ready to get ready, and instead of going out and doing an open house, they're preparing all the stuff for the open house. And it takes them 5 days, and by the time the open house comes, they're so freaked out that they can't do it. Yeah, but it's
we all have that thing though that
yes.
we respond.
Yes, exactly. So, and the reality though is, if I could have just used a tool that didn't cost me anything and it took me 5 minutes to put it together, but my knowledge base was, exponential on the subject. If I studied and knew the market, that is where my value comes from. That's how I make $150 an hour, right? Or $200 an hour. Or let's say, dare I say, like a doctor, and get yourself paid $600 an hour. Right? At that point, at what point hourly does your time spent on something cost you way more than it would be to hire somebody part-time to leverage those things?
And you can share that with your sellers too.
That's right.
It's interesting. They're trying to do everything, and And, you know, they need to be spending their time with what they do best and let somebody else do the rest.
That's exactly true. That's a great conversation to have with a for sale by owner. I'll be having that conversation with my neighbor this evening after he does his open house. We'll see how that goes. He might be a little overpriced, like by $60,000. Okay, prioritizing. Prioritizing, and sometimes you just have to let people go through that and go, now, was that worth, would you pay somebody else to do that for $150 for that hour? And they're going to say no. Well, then why'd you pay yourself $150 to do that for the hour, right? Well, I'm saving money. Well, are you really? Because if you were on the phone, you could have made much more than $150 that hour. What happens if you pulled $1 million deal? I've done it before. I've called and got $1 million worth of business out of one phone call. Had I been working on a listing presentation or doing something that really somebody else could have done if I just let some control go, I wouldn't have made that money, right? Prioritizing. So determine two things, their importance and their urgency. Importance. Activities have an outcome that leads us to achieving our goals. Again, is it going to lead you to achieving whatever your big why is? Your goal is for the year, your CGI goals, your weekly goals, whatever that is. And is it urgent? Activities demand immediate attention because the consequences of not dealing with them are immediate. Now, I'm going to say, in real estate, everything seems like a fire. We're always with our siren out. Oh, we gotta go fix this. Oh, woo, gotta go fix this. Woo. Wait, no, this person needs me. No, no, stop it. Stop it. What is Avis? Was it Bob? Was it Bob Hope? Who said it? Stop it, or I'll bury you alive in a box. Have you guys seen that one? Oh, you guys have to see it. It's funny. But yeah, so, you know, the thing is that we, in our heads, feel so important to everybody that we have to fix everything around us. And learning when to say no, learning when to say, you know what, I will get to that absolutely. I have time tomorrow at 2 o'clock. Will that work for you? That is okay. Not everything is an emergency. The only reason why it would be an emergency is because if you didn't have a system for it and you had dropped the ball long before that emergency ever happened, or two, it feels like an emergency, it's really not. Because maybe, like me, you're a people pleaser. You want everyone to be happy. But the way you make everybody happy is to make sure you stick to your schedule, you hold on tight to the things that you have to do, and prioritize the other ones away. And because if you can't do them, someone else will. Right? And put that dollar amount to it if you have to. And the one thing Gary says, what is the one thing that I can do such that by doing it, everything else will be easier or unnecessary? What is the one thing? Oftentimes that's lead generation. If I can lead generate every day for 2 hours a day, and I could pull about 2 million production from that lead generation from buyers or sellers, then I would have accomplished something that financially will allow me to leverage. Right? So make sure you're writing that in your business plan. What does leverage look for me in 5 years? What does it look like? Do I have an assistant? Do I have an executive assistant that has an assistant? Do I have an executive assistant that has an assistant? And then do I have a database person? Do I have someone that's helping me nurture my database? What does that look like? I'd be happy to sit with you and talk to you about what it looks like to start having leverage at a high level. And when you're on a smaller field, when you are just starting or you're growing, but still with a smaller portion, before you have 50 people under you, you should still have systems that could support 50 people because that allows you the opportunity for growth. And in that growth, you impact every single life that you put on your team and that the team sells their other houses. I mean, it's an exponential amount of impact that you have by building systems when you're 1 agent or 5 agents or 10 agents for 50 agents, right? So making sure that you're prioritizing those activities and that you're digging deep into what does that look like and how can we support that. So let's rate some activities. This is fun. Next page, page 50. So returning a phone call to a person inquiring about a listing, is that important in the top 20% and is it urgent? If you were to check those boxes, would it be?
It's urgent. No, but it's important.
So how long typically do we have to respond to an inquiry?
Or are they calling about us listing for them? I mean,
It says a listing, so just a house in general? Yeah.
Sure. What do you think?
How long do we have to respond?
Yeah, how long do you
Today's
know? Yeah, do you know what the statistic is?
It's probably ridiculous.
It's like,
No.
I think it's actually 30 35.5 seconds.
Not even a
The
minute.
expectation.
Mm-hmm.
Are you
Immediate.
serious?
Immediate.
Because
Mm-hmm.
of-
Immediate. Mm-hmm. Yes. So
So
if you wait 5 minutes, you might be okay. If you wait 10 minutes, you wait 30 minutes, maybe they've already called 10 agents by then. And if one person answers the phone, guess what? They're going to latch onto that person because they called 10 other people who didn't answer their phone, right? What about you wait 24 hours? You know, now we are training people how to teach us, we're teaching people how to treat us, right? And so I know a lot of agents have on their phone, hey, it's past 6 o'clock. I'll have to get back to you tomorrow if you've called me after 6 o'clock Monday through Friday, yada, yada, right? There's nothing wrong with that, setting that expectation. You just understand that there may be an inherent risk, right? Now, does that mean you have to take every call that comes your way? Absolutely not. And if they're not willing to wait for you and they're not a referral, because if a referral has been referred or you have talked to this person before, they know that you'll return their call. But if they're just like, let's say, a sign call, and you're out with your family and it's 2 hours later and you can return their phone call, well, then that's what it is. That is the risk of being in this business. And at that point, if they're impatient, the chance of that deal going through and them not calling someone else anyways when the next time you're unavailable, there's some inherent risk. Just know that. But it would be urgent. You want to make sure you have a follow-up system in place. So maybe instead of calling them right back, you have a text message system in place that says, they call and you text them and you say, hey, I'm in an awesome class right now, really working hard to build systems for you. Is it okay that I get back to you in an hour? Is it okay if I get back to you at 11:30 at our next break, right? Making sure that you know how to follow up with them would be the urgent capacity of that. Okay, scheduling a training class on contracts. Like if you had to go to a class on contracts, is that important, urgent, neither, or both?
Depends. It depends.
Yeah.
It really does, but if you haven't had very much training on contracts, you better get there.
You better get there, that's right. I get the call at 9 o'clock at night, that's what happens,
Yeah.
Judy.
did we classify the first one as urgent? Is that what we did?
It's both urgent and important.
Urgent and
How about ordering new business cards? Is it important or urgent?
No, it's not important. Do it, but
Yeah.
urgent.
I just got my business cards.
and for him, it may be
Yeah,
very
for me it
urgent.
was urgent.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
brand new.
everywhere you go, you want to give them a card. Everywhere.
Well, yes and no,
Why?
because we have phones nowadays. And all we have to do is say, hey, you know what? I just ran out of my cards. Can I get your phone? I'll put my information right in for you so you can text me at any point.
See?
It's not important or urgent at all. I was without a card for 7 months. People still figured out how the heck to call me. Right?
Well, because you had a great database.
Yeah.
Well, all I'm saying is you can figure out ways around it if that's not what your time is going to involve. If your time is better making phone calls, they're going to have your number anyways.
Absolutely.
If you're out and about, like at family reunion, everyone's like, oh, I got to get cards. No, you don't. It's involved in the app. Now you just scan each other's phones, and before you know it, I have a database of thousands of people, and all I did was scan their phone, and now I have this huge referral database, right? So making sure that you have a way to send your contact card to people is even actually better than giving them a business card, because I'll tell you what happens to business cards I receive. You know how many shoe boxes I have? I just moved. I can tell you how many shoe boxes of business cards I have. And in its best intention, I'm going to scan all of those in.
Oh yeah.
Never happens. Because I don't have time. And then, regrettably, there's always like 3 stuck behind the desk when you go to move it, right? When you're cleaning, there's like 3 cards that like were there who knows how long, right? So, how about updating Facebook?
No.
Right. Well, and what else could you do for updating Facebook?
$15 an
Hello, you can leverage it. In fact, there's apps. There's one called Hootsuite, like the owl, Hootsuite, like a hotel suite, right? Hootsuite, and you can preset posts, so you can set them for days or weeks out. It'll post them for you. Mm-hmm. So leveraging, you don't even have to pay per hour. You can spend 1 hour of your time while you're laying in bed right before you go to sleep and schedule some posts real quick. One and done, right? What about lead generation?
Both.
Yes, yes. Okay, So, what are some other tasks on your turn? Prioritize your activities as a group. What are some other tasks that we would prioritize here? We have number one is lead generate, right, as an important and urgent, as a priority. What are some other tasks? Scripts. Important, urgent? That's right.
Going out to if you're leaving your home.
That's right.
Getting on your phone.
What about developing your listing presentation?
Important.
Is it in your top 20% of things you should be doing?
It's going to generate money, so it's like your script.
Sure. So how much time do you think we should spend on that?
A day or a week?
Just putting together.
Every day, a little, block your time each day. Or
What if I could show you that you could pull one off of KW Connect and stick your name on it and call it a day?
Ow, my neck.
You okay?
No.
Let me make sure that they're okay. Hold on. Are you okay?
Yes.
Oh no.
Say just a balloon.
Okay.
I've
Oh,
never done this kind, and I was like, okay, I was.
it's okay. Well, good to see you. I just want to make sure you're okay. Don't worry about it. I'll find a broom, Debbie. Don't worry about it. Okay.
System planning, what do you call it?
Systems building?
Yeah, systems building.
Mm-hmm. Oops, let me figure out what page I was on. Thank you. So, moral of the story is making sure that, yes, a listing presentation is important. You can get one done in 10 minutes. If you're spending more than 10 or 15 minutes on a basic presentation, if you want something more in depth, you can leverage it, or you can time block yourself 1 or 2 hours once a week for systems building, right? Because you do want to build your systems as you're growing your
It's usually 2
team.
hours for me, and I know I spend too much time, but it's 2 hours for a listing presentation for me, because I do the whole Keller Williams, I got a little flip chart, I got.
Oh, that's when you're doing the listing presentation.
Okay.
I'm talking about, yes,
Oh, no.
2 hours, yeah, 1 to 2 hours. I know agents that can do them in 15 minutes, but I think it just depends on personality.
And who they are.
That's
If they've
correct.
already done business with you, they say, I don't wanna hear that, I know all about that. Just-
That's correct. That's correct. So making sure, but if you're building your listing presentation and you come to me and say, I've been working a month on this, I'm like, what? How are you getting paid? Because that means you haven't clocked in at all, right? So making sure you know what time to
Well, the
schedule.
information's all there, so you shouldn't have to,
Don't reinvent the wheel.
that's right.
Right. Live by a calendar, page 52. Now you're able to schedule tasks and activities on your calendar based on your prioritized action plan. And we're going to talk about the truth that successful agents plan their days and stick to their plan. So, we want you to get into the habit of planning for the critical tasks each day, and you'll schedule activities that generate revenue first, schedule those that maintain your business second, right? So lead generate, practice and role play, go on appointments, all of those things is the first. And it's always best to do them in the morning. Now you can schedule your appointments for afternoons or evenings or even on the weekends depending on when your clients are available. Morning is always best for the lead generation activities. Can anyone tell me why?
That's when you're the sharpest. and
You're
that's when
sharp?
You can catch people,
Yeah?
and,
What happens after 1 o'clock?
it's sleepy time.
Sleepy time, and then all heck breaks loose, right? Because people are done at work, they're tired too, right? So they're playing on the computer and on some website going, oh my realtor didn't send me that house. I'm going to text her right now. Boo, 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 boo. And before you know it, your phone starts bing, bing, bing. All your clients are all of a sudden, they're bored at work, so they're reaching out to you. Hey, we'd like to go look at this house when we get off of work. Hey, you know, you need to come. When is the photographer coming? Or all of these things, right? And then everybody needs your time, or the kiddo's sick at school, or everything happens in the afternoon, right? So making sure that you're prepared and getting things done in the morning and out of the way. If everything just went downhill after 12 o'clock, but you got your lead generation done, and you got some names in the pipeline, how would you feel? You know, I may not have gotten 100% of the things done on my list today, but I got the most important things done. The rest of the things will figure themselves out tomorrow, right? And then we erase and replace. So time blocking, it's a tool for organizing your day and focusing on the dollar productive activities that matter most. So it says time block for lead generation on that page 52. And it says, write down exactly the days of the week and the hours that you will do your lead generation. And then in your calendar, you're going to time block for lead generation every day for up to 1 month. Now, you may not have your full calendar here. What I would like for you guys to do at some point in this next weekend, preferably, you know, earlier, Monday or Tuesday, is to start planning out your perfect calendar. Okay? And a perfect calendar is if I did these activities, these are my top 20%, and you're seeing them on your calendar, and you scheduled out your day. So maybe you have one day for business building activities, but every single day you have some form of lead generation and some form of appointment scheduled, right? So, or a time frame. If you have Google Calendar, what you can do with a Google Calendar is you can schedule yourself a second calendar where you just check the box. Create a calendar of what you imagine the perfect week would look like. And then it will overlay the calendar that you already have, right? And can see how it compares. Are the activities that I currently have on my calendar fit what I think my perfect calendar would be to make me most successful? And then slowly what you start to do is build the calendar, your current calendar, back into what that perfect calendar would look like.
So then you overlay what you really got accomplished?
Mm-hmm. You can do that, yeah. And then you go, oh darn, I may not have stuck to my schedule this week.
Because so-and-so called and they're ready to list their house.
That's right. Well, and the other thing is, as long as if it's okay to erase, we just need to replace it somewhere. And I think a lot of times what we do is we got that deal that so-and-so called, so we don't have to do this lead generation tomorrow. We got our one listing this week, right? That's not necessarily the best way to think about it. Because what happens is, now that you were ahead, now you're behind. Because what happens if said listing falls through? That was entrepreneurial. That just happened to you. But it's not purposeful. And if we're having a calendar that's purposeful, what happens is that our results, we're actually hitting our results, we're seeing success in our results, or we're beating our results, which is even better, right? So that's definitely what you want to be doing. Protect your time, page 53. You're going to block your calendar. And this talks about lead generation. No skipping, and there it is. If you erase, you must replace. If any events...
I don't have 53, but that's a 52.
Oh, sorry, it's a different page number. Sorry. If any event stops you from accomplishing your lead generation at your set time, that commitment does not simply disappear. It's up to you to make up the lost opportunity in another time slot. And then also allow no interruptions, unless it's a real emergency like a family crisis. It's easier than you think to waste precious time on unrelated phone calls, water cooler chat, or putting out fires that can wait till later. And it really is. I mean, you can get a call from someone, or checking your email, or checking your Facebook notifications.
That takes up so much time.
Oh, it does, you know, and sometimes, like, it'll be in the morning, I'll be like, I'm just going to check my Facebook real quick, and then it's like 15 minutes later, I'm like, oh, no, I got to go, right?
You need to throw that in the trash.
Yes. Well, and take off your notifications. If you have your email up during the day, that's distracting you. It takes a whole lot longer to get back onto task. So make sure you're time blocking in there when to read your emails. Because, I mean, how many of us can go get 20 emails in an hour and go, oh my gosh, I have so much to do?
You might miss some activity or something.
I know.
You may miss something.
That's right, that's right. However, if it's properly scheduled on your calendar, not only are you not going to miss it, but you're going to have an appropriate time to respond to it. and you're not going to send the wrong email to the wrong person. I've had that happen before because I'm like so busy and I'm trying to multitask, which is a lie, right? It's not truth. And so you're trying to multitask, and before you know it, you text the wrong person, the answer you were texting the other person because you're multitasking, right? So making sure that you time block it is going to help you with all of those things. There are some calendars here that are during Ignite. However, just to give you an idea of what a calendar would look like, what I would say is on these calendars, if you're looking at them to reference, from 9 to 11, instead of being in Mission or Ignite, you're going to put in their lead generation.
It's in there.
Yep, perfect. So, and that goes on to page 54 as well. It talks to you about Tuesday, Thursdays, and Saturdays. Okay, perfect. Okay, what's your next page? Perfect. Career Growth Initiative? Okay. So we did talk about this earlier, and that built on the proven principles of the CGI. The CGI is fueled by transformational power of strategic evidence-based business conversations. So again, it's CGI will break it down to you to say you have this many appointments, and with your known conversion rate, you'll get this many listings out of that. And with your known conversion rate from listing to close, you'll get this many closings out of that, and then this should equal a certain amount of GCI, right? And then number 2, another way to help you in terms of building and staying purposeful with your business is getting into coaching or mentoring. KW Maps has a lot of options there. We talked about language of sales. They do 90 listings in 90 days, dominate your market, farming can make you millions. I have taken quite a few of the classes through Maps, and they're phenomenal. I really love to take them at international or in other market centers because, again, it's about building relationships. And I've met top agents from all over the country and even internationally. And I think that it really kind of blows your mind what opportunities are out there that we're missing because we just don't know.
We need to go to international, Leslie and I, and you need to go to international.
Where's that at?
It's down south.
Yeah, it's off of Mopac, South Austin. I'd taken the expansion systems orientation class when I was maybe 6 months in the business, blew my mind. And of course it's changed a lot since then even, but it helps you understand that you are in business. And if you build your systems as if you're in a business, as if you're a startup, then you can grow to any number past any state line, even outside of the country, and still have high success, right?
Plus you get to see who you're actually, with,
That's right.
in business with.
Yeah.
Fabulous, the way they have it all systemized there. You meet the people that are actually working on through the network, on the websites and all that.
Absolutely.
Their noses are just like this into their little booths, just like this, working all the time.
Absolutely.
People know how to run websites and all that.
Oh yeah, well, and they're there to answer any questions you have. It's phenomenal. It's always exciting because they come in and talk to you about what's going on, so it's good. All right. Do you think we can make it another 10 or 15 minutes before we take a break? Because I think lunch should be here soon. Okay. So getting your head in the game, page 15. At the end of the day, nope, we're going to skip that part. So let's get into the whys and hows of growing a database. Now, as you all know, I've heard, whether in Round Rock or Georgetown, the goal is to get your business up and moving through your database. So we have implemented Never Ending Referrals, which is a free class every Monday from 11 to 1. We had it last year as well. Very highly successful and proven numbers that you should get a 10% return on your database. If you're implementing and mastering your database, it could be even more.
Who's teaching that?
I am facilitating that on Mondays, myself and Erica.
Who's in the Round Rock office?
I do not know. That's a great question. It's probably Elsie.
Yeah, well, we've been to that.
Okay, perfect. So here it asks, when you buy groceries with a membership card or shop at Target with their branded credit card, do those companies give you coupons or send you messages about upcoming specials? Yeah, why? Why? Yeah. Has anybody gone to the movie theater and before you even get there, you know what you're going to drink. I mean, do you guys go to the movies a lot? No? Okay. Well,
We're lead generator.
well, good. That's good. So so just so you know, on a Tuesday night, most theaters are discounted. So Cinemark has $5 nights. We take our family on those nights. And then at the AMC has $5 night, and they do $5 drinks and popcorn together. So for $10, you get a movie, a popcorn, and a drink. It's fun. However, I know, because I do attend the movies a lot, because we're movie lovers, yes, that Coca-Cola is like predominantly, unless you go to kind of a more local theater like Flicks or something, and they may even have Coke products, that Coke products are served at most large theaters, right? In fact, they have, during Christmas time, the really cute bear commercials that come on. And then right before the movie starts now, they do this really cool technique where they show a video and you hear the like glass fall into ice. It's like ting, ting, ting. And then they pop the lid of the Coke and it's like psh. And then it, yes, right? And then in my head, you know, because I've seen this so many times, it's like, let's go down to the lobby. I mean, I really can't even drink soda. But what do I want? A soda, because they bought that little space in my head. And I know there's two big companies. It's Coke and who else? Pepsi, right? How'd you know that? They go together. Well, that's what they'd like you to think, right? Because one can't be one without the other. So you'll go to a place that has Pepsi products and you'll say, can I have a Coke? And they're like, would you like a Pepsi? Sure, same thing, right? They purchased that mind space in your head. Two totally different tastes, two totally different products, right? But in your mind, they're synonymous, and they've done that really well with marketing. So it's the same thing that you guys are doing in real estate. When you're talking with people, you're a brand. And the beautiful part with Keller Williams is we are centered around you and your brand with a Keller Williams backing, right? With our training and our education, right? So when you're going out, you want people to understand who you are and why you're doing what you're doing. And having that mind space, being able to have that conversation, or them have a conversation without you there and go, man, Leslie, it'd be great for you to talk to her.
So 19 years ago, when we opened the Round Rock office, it wasn't known. We weren't known very well. And so since that time, anytime I mention Keller Williams now, I'm with Keller Williams. Oh, well, Keller Williams sold our house in California. Or Keller Williams sold our house in Arizona. I mean, it's now worldwide. I mean, we are the largest real estate company in the world.
Well, and correct. And I think that the most important part of that is that when we're out talking with people, that's our reputation, right? And so oftentimes if we hear something even negative, we want to fix it, right? So that's our goal, is to be like a Coke product or a Pepsi product or Target, right? Where they're, you know, when you're doing a drip campaign, I hear this all the time, I'm not really sure if I want to do that because I don't want to be pushy, or I'm going to be different than everyone else. You can be different than everyone else, but Coke and Pepsi are really popular, and do you think they're different than anyone else? No, they're the pacemakers of the market, if you will. They've set the pace for what you need to do for marketing. You know, let's talk about Amazon. I mean, if you shop from Amazon, how many emails do you think you're getting a year? Yeah, yeah. Someone said, I heard a recent thing saying that they send anywhere from about 12 to 1,500 emails per person a day. We just don't realize we're getting them. They're in our spam, or they're in like our whatever folder, but we're getting them. We're getting them. I get text messages from them. Anytime something comes up that they know I like to shop for, guess what? I get a text message. Dress Barn, everything I'm wearing is from Dress Barn. I love Dress Barn. Man, they know every week. They text me probably 5 or 6 times. I get emails from them that I don't even recognize until I'm ready to use them. But what do? I know I've got an email from them somewhere that probably has a coupon. Let me look it up. Right? That's what we want to be for real estate. And not just for real estate. It could be for a hair salon. Hey, you know what? I know Leslie, she's in real estate, but she knows everyone. I'm going to give her a call.
She does.
That's right. That's right. Well, and that's how that works, though.
Oh, and younger.
Well, and that's the thing. And same thing, you know, we all have our niche markets, right? We all have things that we're really good at. But what we want to do is become a local resource so that anything, whether if their water heater goes out, maybe they've never sold a house with us, but they know they could call us because we have resources. If they need to take their car in to a mechanic, they know they could call us because we have resources. Maybe they have their mother-in-law that's coming in from out of town. They're like, look, we really just need to impress her. She's coming in from out of town. What's a good restaurant? Maybe you know a restaurant, even better, maybe you know a waiter at that restaurant that would blow them away service-wise. Okay? That's the kind of relationship building that you need to do through your database. Does that make sense? Okay. So the last question on that page is, even if you did not take advantage of a sale or a coupon in a given email, in what way was that touch still effective? Yeah. So like when you're mailing stuff to houses, like even you guys, when you get stuff in the mail, you can't not see it. You're going through your mail and there's this big, huge card with someone's face on it. If you get that card a couple times a month or even once a week, if someone mentions tree service and you're getting a tree thing, do you think that name's not going to come to your head? Probably over one of your own referrals because you're seeing it all the time. You may see a referral once a quarter, right? But if you're getting that thing in the mail once, twice, 3 times, even 4 times a month, and someone says tree service, you're going to go, oh yeah, that affordable tree service. Why did that even come to my head? No, my referral is actually this service, but it came to your mind because they're purchasing that mind space there. And when I say purchasing, they're building that relationship with you, whether it's through mailing, whether it's through email, whether it's through phone call, and even better, it's through phone call, right? So on page 16, it talks about what is a targeted marketing campaign. Do y'all have targeted marketing campaigns running, Judy? Do you guys have drip campaigns going?
Yes, we do.
Good. And do you guys watch and see who opens them?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
I do watch and see who.
The best thing is to watch them open it, and then I call them afterwards. And I say, hey, how are you? Because they just saw my name, so now I'm searing it in. Now I'm saying, for sure, I'm watching that you're looking, and as soon as you look, I'm already top of mind. So, oh my gosh, I'm going to call and say, how are you? And they're going to say, man, I was thinking about you the other day. I bet you were. You opened my email.
We had several. One said, just been thinking about you. Is it okay if I call you?
Yeah,
And they answered. They answered and said, yes, you can call me anytime.
that's
So then
wonderful.
I have to call them.
Yes, you do. Don't wait either, because now they're waiting. Now they're waiting for you. Information is powerful and popular right now, but information is powerful and data is valuable. I guess that's why 23andMe is like in the news so much, right, with all those DNA things that are going on, right, because data is valuable. So page 17, your database is your business. What is a database? A tool that centrally stores customer and prospect contact information, which is regularly updated with new details and events, can be organized and sorted as needed, and is continually added in order to increase your business. You should be adding at least 2 people to your database every single day.
I love that because it reminded me to tell these gals, add 2 people a day.
Just 2 people.
And you can do it. You just don't realize you've got them.
That's right.
The only thing is getting the email address.
Well, and part of that is if you have a mailing address or if you have a phone number, you can get the email address. You don't have to get complete information right off the bat. Sometimes people are really wary of it. But either way, you ask, hey, what's your contact information? And I have this really great vendor list. Can I email it over to you? What's your email address? Those types of things. Scripts help with that. However, even just getting a mailing address, you can send them a note in the card or in the mail, like a note card in the mail, and you can find their email address pretty much anywhere. You just Google them. People.com, PIPL.com.
When you do that vendor list, you need to call those people and say, my customers have liked you. I've used you a lot. Is it okay if I put you on my vendor list? And then you've made a contact, you've made a call. And then also you can ask them, when someone asks you about real estate, who do you refer?
Absolutely.
And so most of the time they'll say you,
Mm-hmm.
but they hadn't thought about that.
That's right.
So that reminds me about the vendor list. I'm glad you brought that up. And you know so many people, because I'll say something, I think I need to find somebody, and Leslie said, well, let me contact this person because she would be really good for that. Because she taught school, she knows a lot of people.
Well,
And so I need to get a vendor list together, and then then you need to call them and say, can we put that, like that lawyer you suggested yesterday? We need to call him and ask if we can use him as a resource on a vendor list.
and I think we also have an app through KW called Homekeeper where you're able to load them up, and they can your clients can download the app on their phone, and it'll also set up time schedules like, okay, this is the time of year to get your gutters clean and to clean out your AC system and all of that too.
Okay.
And then your referrals are there if they need help in finding someone to clean out their gutters, unless they're going to DIY, right? So do it themselves. But the vendor list is huge, and I always hold my vendor list responsible for a referral. Always. Hey, you know what? I am so happy to refer you. You guys are phenomenal. So here's the thing. I expect top-notch service. If I hear one complaint, I'll let you know. The second complaint, I take you off my list. It's nothing personal, but it's my reputation on the line. Secondly, I do expect at least one referral a year. I'm going to refer almost all of my clients to you. I give 3 names, but your name is going out to every single one of them. And just in return, I'd like to see one referral. And if at any point you feel like you're not getting an appropriate amount of business from me, or maybe you feel like you've fallen off my list, give me a call. But I'll keep in touch with you once a quarter to make sure everything's going okay.
I probably won't say, I'll expect
Yeah.
one referral. I will say, would you consider giving people my name?
That works as well.
Yeah, instead of me expecting it, but, because I don't want, well, anyway.
Yep, I think it just depends on how you choose to do that. I think that the most important thing is prioritizing and making sure that if you are giving a lot of your leads and having a conversation with them and you're never seeing anything response, what happens is most people don't even ask. In fact, I was.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
The most important thing is to ask.
Just
How you
ask 'em.
Depends on
That's
your
right.
personality. They're gonna
Exactly.
expect that from you.
Exactly, because I've met with agents who are like, I called my landscaper, and I mean, they've been, receiving referrals for me forever, and I finally said, do you recommend an agent to any of your clients that you work with who I'm not referring you to? And he said, well, no. And she said, well, I would be happy to work with any of them if they have any questions in regards to real estate. And he's like, no one's ever asked me that before.
Good point.
Mhm.
There's very few things we mail out anymore, except the business ones we do. And so we put our cards, when we mail out our bill to the landscaper, we put our cards in there.
Yeah.
But I don't know that I've ever called and asked them to refer business to us, but I put my cards in there. Somebody could always do that, so.
Well, I will.
Send out a bill.
Absolutely, that's a great way. However, my next door neighbor, I knew they were going to sell before they put the sign in the yard, because they were starting to prepare. Their son had just moved out, and I just moved into my house, so I really don't know them. I know their names, but I knew, I saw their son move out, and they were saying, hey, our son's moving out. Okay, great. But then all of a sudden they're doing flooring, and all of a sudden the landscaper's there cutting trees, and I'm like, so the 2 things are happening. One, they're remodeling the house so they can enjoy it, but it's 3,500 square feet, and it's just the 2 of them. So chances are they're selling. So those landscapers would have known long before, unless it was their neighbor, that they were going to sell, right? And so that would have been an opportunity. Now, they're for sale by owner for now. And, they're going to try to sell their house themselves. But if that were my landscaper, absolutely that would have been an opportunity lost for me had I not say, hey, if you see that anyone's even looking like they're going to sell, I'd love for you to let me know, or at least give them my name so I can reach out and be of service to them. And, of course, you probably didn't been doing business with these people for a while, and they're going to know that you're going to do the job correctly for whoever they refer you to, right? So making sure you ask is key, because oftentimes they see it long before we ever will. Your bank reps, too. Anybody that's in banking, you really want to get to know them and start to ask, hey, do you ever have anybody come in that's preparing to get married or possibly get divorced, or they're expanding their family, or they're moving? If you ever hear of anything like that, here's a stack of my cards. I would love to be of service. and chances are you're going to get a call because they want to look good and be right too. And if they have somebody right there that they can refer, hey, we're getting married. Well, hey, if you have a house to sell or want to buy something together, call this realtor. They're awesome. You know, is always a way to build your database. So be thinking of it everywhere you go. Again, it's about being purposeful and not entrepreneurial. Okay? So your database is much more than a list of contacts. It's a living record of all your business relationships, current and potential. It's a tool to nurture and manage those relationships, to schedule and track every interaction you have with each person in it. Please do that. Please make notes on your database. Don't forget to do that, because I'll tell you, I had a lender call, and they're like, oh, how are you? And I'm like, well, I'm going on vacation. I'll be back. We'll set up an appointment. And I think they called like the next day. And they're like, oh, how are you? Like as if we never talked the day before. And that was a little like, I was already stressed out from getting ready to leave and getting the kids set and managing my business. And here's this person I thought was important. I call, and they're like repeating the same thing. They just didn't make notes in their database, which is okay. But I don't want to be that person. So make a note. Hey, last time we talked, you told me that you guys were going on a trip to Disney World. How'd it go? Did you guys have fun? Great. 2 things. 1, you're not, reiterating what you may have said before, but 2, you really care, right? You could have a real conversation about what did they do or how are things going, or last time you told me you were getting over the flu. How have you been? How'd it go? Are you doing better? So just make sure that you keep notes. And at the bottom of the page it says the size of your database will determine the size of your bank account. So I love that. According to the National Association of Realtors survey, 88% of clients would use their agent again, but only 12% do. Yikes. That's tough, right? Why do you think that is? Follow up. Where's the money at, Judy?
It's in follow-up.
It's in the follow-up.
Database. It's in talking to them and
Yeah.
thanking them. We referred something to Frances Crosley. It was a kind of a commercial land deal.
Mhm.
She helped us before and has done a terrific job. She's just really, really good. She sends us a big box of treats, those cookies. What's the name of it?
Tiff's Treats.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
And a note right away.
Yeah.
Now, does she do that? I doubt it, but she called and she has a relationship with those people, and
Mhm.
so they know exactly what to do and how to do it for her, and they've got her credit card, and there you go.
That's right. That's right. Leverage is key, and it really doesn't take a lot. Again, the amount of effort you put into getting 10 deals is really the same amount of effort you put into getting 100 deals. It's just the systems that you use in attaining that, and then the follow-up that ensues after
When
that.
somebody gives you a name, somebody taught me this. I mean, everything I'm saying I've been taught. Richard buys a lot of Starbucks cards,
Uh-huh.
even if it's $5 or $10. Just if I go over to their house and I give them the thank you.
Yeah.
Here's a Starbucks card. And so I got a listing from that just the other day because,
Oh, wow.
of course I know him, but anyway.
Yeah.
Always acknowledge it's like gold. Always
That's right.
acknowledge when somebody gives you a name. It's very important, right?
I love Starbucks actually has an app now that if you have an iPhone, you can put the Starbucks app on your text messages, and I text out $5 or $10 Starbucks cards all the time for birthdays or anniversaries, or if I see they're going through something on Facebook, I'll text them a little Starbucks card, and it literally I have to pay for it. It's linked to my card on my phone, and I'll text it to them, and it'll say, oh, thank you for your payment or whatever, and it'll send them a gift card. And then they can upload it to their Starbucks app and use their phone to pay for their coffee. I love it.
That's nice.
It's-
because you're in a position where it's real hard for you to go out and knock on somebody's
That's
door.
exactly true. But the other part of it too is it even works if you're across the country. So you can
Yes.
door knock, or you can pop by people. Like I have a ton of friends and family in California, so I can send them a quick Starbucks card if I see they're going through something on Facebook and say, hey, just thinking about you. Hopefully, this is just a little pick-me-up, right? I can't go do a
So my people that are traveling from Las Vegas here and they're taking 5 days to get here, I can send them a little Starbucks card.
Yes, you can on their phone.
Okay, so there's an app I can go to Starbucks and
Yep,
on my phone.
Yep.
Pull up app. Okay,
absolutely.
I'll do that.
Absolutely. It's a really great opportunity to do those things. And can you imagine what they're going to say about their awesome realtor who texts them while they're driving from Vegas to here so they can stop like at 9 o'clock at night when they're exhausted?
Great.
yeah, they're going to be like, man, my realtor's the best. She texted me a Starbucks card at 9 o'clock last night so we could keep going, right? So, all right, we'll get through this last page and then we'll break for lunch. So, goal of daily lead generation with a database. So, first and foremost, you're always prospecting for the now business. And, you know, depending on what class you take, you're going to hear like low-hanging fruit or right now business. The key is that you're looking for people who need to do business now, right? You're always meeting new people. You're always asking for business from your existing database, and you're always asking for referrals from everyone you talk to. Does anybody have an idea of how many people the average person will know that's going to move in 1 year? What's the number?
5? Is it still 5?
5 to 7 people. 5 to 7 people. If you could get half of those as referrals, do you think your business would improve? And if you could turn half of those, do you think your business would improve? If you have a database of 200 people and you get 1 referral from each of those 200 people, would that benefit your business? 200 deals? Yikes, right? It's huge opportunity, right? So leveraging your database marketing campaigns to stay top of mind with everyone in your database. You have to keep a steady flow of business. You must do both. Now, remember, KW Command is, if you don't already have access to it, it's going to come out during family reunion. If you're not attending family reunion, then it should come out around the 1st. I do know that some people have logged in and already have access. So go ahead and try at some point to log in and see if you have access. There are videos on KW Connect about what Command is going to do. It's going to blow your mind and make things so much easier for your life. So all of this database stuff, you know, if I hear, I just don't know how to manage my database, nope. Go sit in a tech class. We'll talk when it's over because you're going to be just fine. It's a really great opportunity. So how do you guys know when a buyer or a seller is going to make the decision to sell or buy? In conversation. So if you're not calling them, you don't know. Unless you're like stalking them on Facebook, right? But not everybody posts everything for the world on Facebook. Only a few people do, right? So only 90%. Their highlight reel, right? So the goal is to stay in dialogue. So Leslie, you hit the nail on the head there. With them regularly enough so that one or both of the following occur. 1, you're the first to contact them shortly after they make a decision to buy or sell. And 2, you're top of mind. If they take that action before your next scheduled touch with them, you're the only one they think of and call. Right? So again, we talked about really having a mindset of, it's important for them to know what I can do to benefit them because that's how we kind of take that space in their mind. And isn't it wonderful for them to like be sitting at dinner and going, oh man, we're ready to sell. I think it's time. And going, I know exactly the person, not, oh my gosh, I have to go look for a realtor and that scares the heck out of me. And what if they're not? What if they're this? What if they're that? What about our last experience? What if you were just the one that popped up and made their life so much easier? Right? Let me see if I can find this video real quick. Let's see.
Which one are you pulling up, the benefits one?
Yep.
We have Nancy. She is using her database to lead generate. Because her contacts are organized, she is able to make effective calls that yield results.
Hello, Mr. Smith. This is Nancy from Keller Williams Realty. How are you today?
You can see that because she took time to build, organize, and nurture her database, her business is growing and becoming profitable.
Okay, so you're not moving. Is there anyone else who is? Well, what did I talk to you about the inquiries you put in online for a new home? Yes. Well, can we meet at 2 o'clock on Tuesday? I'll put you down in my books. Thank you so much.
Here is Nancy. She doesn't think she needs a database. She has a system. Watch as she tries to lead generate.
Hello, Mr. Smith. Oh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Johnson. This is Nancy. We met a couple weeks ago. You moved
organized database is your most valuable business asset. A powerful database produces productive and predictable leads. The results speak for themselves.
What are your ahas? Um, um, um. In full transparency, I've had that call before. Oh, you moved a month ago. Oh, I'm so excited for you. Congratulations. Right? Have you ever had that call before? That it's just, especially when you worked with them for like months and months and they just decided to put it on hold and maybe they rent it or whatever. Or you're like, okay, well, I'll call you back next week. And then you call back a week later and they're like, oh, we're already under contract. We're so excited we bought a new build. Oh, you'll be so happy for us. It's beautiful. You're like, yeah, I'm so excited for you. I know. Yeah, so, and it did give you kind of an outline of some of the things KW Command is going to do. It's really going to be awesome. So we're going to go ahead and break for lunch. I don't see lunch here yet. I'm going to go run out and check. But go ahead and we'll take until about 12:35. So.
I've got to run a
Sure.
check over to Century 21.
Yes, ma'am. Give me just a second and I'll tell you. Now you have to guess.
And
Oh my goodness.
that, I'm just telling you the monument is, that was just for, it's real quick, kind of a breakfast type thing. But it was good.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So the thing about this book, Cesar, is that it's just pieces of Ignite, so it's not per page. So we're going to have to flip through. It's called Build Your Business. Right? A little behind and correct.
21. Okay.
Keep going. Should be next page. All right, make it happen. Maximize your database. So when you have names in your database, you have what?
Customers and
Yes.
clients and people who want to buy it.
That's right. That's right. So to maximize your database, we're going to follow 3 steps, right? We're going to contact, we're going to classify, and we're going to campaign. So to contact who, as defined by the Millionaire Real Estate Agent right there towards the bottom, you're going to begin with the people you know and who know you. Those are considered your Mets. If people were to say, oh, yeah, I know Cesar, he's an awesome realtor, or he's an awesome friend, those are Mets. Haven't Mets are people who don't know you. So that means you may know them, but they may not know you. You're like, oh, yeah, didn't I talk to you last week? You talked about this. They're like, I don't remember any of that. Those would be haven't Mets. And then, of course, referrals, which means asking for business from everyone in your Mets group is going to lead you to that referral piece. Okay, next page. Page sources of haven't Mets, page 22. So there's some ideas here. So your neighborhood or your geographic farm. Who farms in this neighborhood or in this office or in this class? Who's farming? Do you guys farm?
Sort of. Yeah,
Sort of. Okay.
Yes, I do. I do 2 subdivisions.
Okay. Okay. Awesome. Clubs or organization? Huh? Clubs or organization lists. LinkedIn contacts. Facebook. I mean, I know all of us have some probably a decent size amount of people on our Facebook pages, right? No? Michael's like, no. I don't do Facebook, right? And then, of course, your neighborhood. Does anybody farm in their neighborhood at all?
Yes.
Yeah? Not yet?
You are, aren't you? Sorry.
Starting.
So we've got everybody in our neighborhood in Riverbend and in Heritage Oaks.
Okay.
In our database.
Good.
So there's some Mets and some have not Mets.
Have not Mets. Well, the best way to make them Mets from have not Mets is what?
Knock on the doors.
Hello. Have you ever seen the Book of Mormon? Ding dong. Hello. Okay. Well,
And
it's actually a really good Broadway show.
I started that with some people that want to live in there, and I just started knocking on doors.
Mhm.
And the lady said, oh, I'm just getting ready to put my house on the market, but I've already listed with somebody else. But I did show the house
Yeah.
to the people who are looking in that.
Sure.
So you never know what you're going to
You
find.
never know. On page 23, it talks about goals for each contact. So the first one is what? Ask for their business, for their own business. Are you thinking of buying, selling, or investing in real estate? What's number 2? Ask for? Great. Well, thank you so much. It's okay that you're not looking right now, but do you know anybody else who might be looking? Right? And how about 3? Get more information to build and nurture the relationship. Why is that important? You want to have a relationship, right? Remember, we're talking about setting up an island right there in their head, right?
So this is something that I've done before and gotten listings, and I haven't done it lately, but it's a good thing to do, is when something has sold in that neighborhood, you don't have to say, you just say, this property has sold, and I just wanted to let you know that this property sold in your neighborhood, and it has closed now, because you got closed information, just to let them know. And just thought you might be interested in knowing what property's selling for. That's the reason you're knocking on the door.
Absolutely. And the other way you can gain information is by forwarding them, F-O-R-D. So forward is F is family, O is occupation, R is recreation, and D is dreams. And how one might go about that would be like, hey, I just was calling to check in on you. How are you? How's the family doing? How are the kids? Huh?
That's people.
It could be anybody.
I don't think I'd knock on somebody's door and say, how's your family?
Oh, well, cold is different, but if it's your database, and even if they haven't met necessarily in your database, you can still forward them. How's your family doing? How are things going? A good one is, how's your job going? How's business? Do you have any goals in 2019 that I could help you attain? Can I introduce you to somebody who could help you meet your goals? You know, I meet tons of people in real estate all the time. I mean, different backgrounds all over the place. I'd be happy to introduce you, right? So making sure that you're building that relationship. Other information you may want is their name, address, email, phone numbers, social media information. Hey, do you mind if I friend you on Facebook? Hey, can I add you on my Twitter feed? Whatever, if you're doing those things. Marital status, children, pets, if they're owning or renting, and then, of course, the length of time in their current home. In fact, not having all the information is a great reason to make another call or ask. And if they're a past client, what you should be doing, or even if they're a current client, what you should have is some sort of form that you give to them around closing time that says, okay, what are your likes? Or even before they even sign a listing agreement. Hey, I want to know, what do you like? You know, what are your kids into? Like, you know, because then later on down the road, you can send them a card, or you know, maybe they're like, man, I cannot wait. My last kid is finally graduating this year. I mean, that's something good to note, because you send them a congratulations, you did it card. I mean, what parent wouldn't like to get a congratulations, you did it card? All your kids are out of the house. You're free as a bird. Now you ready to sell? Question mark. Right? So making sure that you're using the information that you have, or asking for the information, so that way you can really get to know who your clients are, who is in your database, and how you can maintain that relationship. So it talks about, in the Ignite toolkit that we talked about in the beginning of class, there's a spreadsheet. What I really want you to know, though, is when you're doing your database, most importantly, you need their email address, their, of course, first and last name, email address, mailing address, and phone number. Those are the most important pieces of information, right? And are you, Judy, are you using eEdge currently? Mm-hmm. Okay, so when command switches over, eEdge information will be shifted into command. So right now, whether you're using eEdge or Excel, whatever, a lot of people are just using their phones, which, I mean, yeah, okay, it's a database. However, what I really want you to do is make sure you guys have a CSV file, because then that file can be uploaded directly into command.
CSV?
Mm-hmm, a CSV. That's a good question. I just know it's a CSV file.
It's a way of formatting.
Yeah, it's a format, so that way it's like if you put it in Excel, you can download it and then upload it into command. eEdge will automatically do it.
I think we're just going to have him come over, Bruce come over and
Leverage. Yes, leverage is good.
to do that.
Absolutely. Okay, so classifying, page 25. After speaking with a contact and asking a few questions about their needs, the next step is to classify them according to their needs in your database. So 2 tips that they give you, for example, is using types. So are they a buyer? Are they a seller? Are they an agent? Now, a lot of people ask me, why would I keep, you know, an agent in my database? Well, y'all tell me, why would you keep an agent in your database? Recruit. So profit share opportunity. Yeah, especially if you've done business and they're awesome. Absolutely. What else?
Well, I like it whenever they call, because then I know they have an offer on one of my listings.
Okay. What else? What else?
Network.
Do all agents stay in the business forever? What happens when someone gets out of the business? What happens to their database? Do most people know that you can sell your database? No. But if you know that someone can sell their database, and you hear Joe Schmo's getting out of the business. I better give him a call and see what he's doing with his database. Hey, have you ever thought about selling your database? Who's working your business? Are you hanging your license with a referral company? Who are you giving your referrals to? How can I support you in your transition out of real estate? Because that is also another great way to build your database. Another one is to use groups. So create groups according to what makes sense for you. So business relationships, school, sports, open house contacts. And it's hard, I'm sure, especially as a teacher, you're like, wait, where did I know? Was this a parent? Was this a teacher that was like there for a short period of time? Was this someone I met at an open house? I can't remember who that person was, right? So making sure that you're grouping them. And then Never Ending Referrals will teach you how to group them into letters, but you can also group them into groups like advocates, core advocates. And when you pull them into command, you can group them as well. So like, school, like anybody from my kid's school, I could say, okay, school parents, right? So I know where I've met them, and then I can make notes accordingly. So it also might explain to you how to market to them, because you might know, okay, well, I had all these kids in, say, 3rd grade, and then now they're going to 6th, so it's a good time to send all those parents a little, hey, congratulations, your kids are going to 6th grade, something like that, okay? And then groups will also, it talks about targeted marketing. So even in Facebook, once you create a group, you're able to market to just that group. So if it's, let's say, a school group, and you can say, like, let's say they're the Wildcats. I don't know if that's a team here. But let's say they're the Wildcats, and, Bulldogs. Okay, Bulldogs. And let's say they're the Bulldogs, and you go, go Bulldogs, right? And of course you posted to the wrong group. Whoops, that wouldn't be so good, right? But if you're marketing to one singular group, then you can say, hey, look at this cool new Bulldog shirt I found, right? And you can market it directly to them. So having things like that are going to help you, because they're going to go, man, she knows everything Bulldog. And then on the other page you're posting Wildcats, go Wildcats. And then look at this cool Wildcats shirt. Man, she knows everything Wildcats, right? So making sure you're in the know, and when you're doing targeted marketing, like, I'm not a fishing enthusiast. Like, the worm and the hook, and just put me in the house. Let me watch some Housewives. I'm good, right? So if you're sending me Field and Stream, do you think I'm going to read your magazine? No. So make sure that when you're grouping people, you know what their likes are, and having this information or finding it out on the calls that you're making is going to help you with this. Yeah. By the way, I brought in some dark chocolate and some lollipops. If you guys get bored or want something to chew on, a little sugar, that's there, okay? The next priority on page 26 is to qualify them. So you're going to assess how ready and motivated they are. So questions such as, when do you need to be in your new home? What is your time frame to sell? Where are you going, and when do you need to be there? So if they're a hot lead and you've put them in your database as such, then you're going to want to make notes and prioritize them based on when they're ready to go. Now, sometimes people are not ready to sell, but they may say, you know what, our kid's going to graduate in 2 years. We're probably going to move around then, so we're just going to see what happens, right? How would you prioritize a lead like that? Touch base, yeah. Yeah, maybe even put them on a selling campaign 2 years ahead of time, because chances are they're going to be a year out, a year and a half, because once they're already thinking of that, there's no holding them back. They're ready. They're already making that transition. They may even move before their kid graduates, right? So making sure that you're on top of that, and you've prioritized them and qualified them in such a way that you can accommodate their schedule and know exactly when you need to call them, and make sure that it's targeted marketing directly.
And you can refer them to where they're going to move, even though they're 2 years out.
Right.
For them, so they can keep up with the market. And I always tell them, you want to keep up with the market and see what's going on. I know you're not going to move now.
Yeah.
But would you like to know what's going on? And
absolutely. Absolutely. So spending your time wisely. Some leads have more pressing needs than others, so by qualifying them the right way, you can clearly see which ones require your immediate attention. And sometimes we can do that. Sometimes we can start focusing on a lead that's 2 years out when a lead that's 1 month out is just waiting in the wings, and we've forgotten about them because we're so focused on the one that's 2 years out. Okay? And then there is an activity on page 27 that talks about how to classify your database. So what you would do is just go through these step by step, and then just take an example of your database, maybe take 4 or 5 of them, and try the classification process. you can do it pretty easy in eEdge. If you haven't, if you haven't put things into eEdge and you're using an Excel spreadsheet, you may want to figure out how to classify them there as well, so you know what happens in the transition to command. So number 3 on page 28 talks about a campaign. Now, when I first got started, Bruce called me and he's like, we just need to get your people on a touch campaign. I don't want you to think about it. Just give me your login. I'll put everybody on it. And I was like, no, but it has to be perfect. I need it to sound like me. And what if? And he's like, just do it. And I'll tell you what, I have made calls and people were like, man, I think I got an email from you recently, didn't I? I mean, I love it, now sometimes people will unsubscribe and that's expected, right? But for the most part, I find that people are excited to get the emails, or at least when I call them, they're like, oh, I was thinking about you recently. Oh, I wonder why, because you're on my email campaign, right? So, and then doing a campaign, especially if you're going to do email, it can be highly targeted, just like we were discussing. And then there's also other opportunities through the office. Are you guys doing AutoConnect?
AutoConnect, tell me what that is.
Through the Market Center, where it's about $1.50 a person, and we mail out a newsletter.
Yes.
Okay, so we do have opportunities through the Market Center to do, we call it AutoConnect. So basically your touch.
It's still on a beta test.
It's not, it's just been opened.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
it is,
we do that.
okay.
There's so many different names for things.
Mhm.
Had to click in.
That's
Yes.
okay. And then when KW Command comes out, additional features to AutoConnect will be text messaging and email features. So, and it'll all be done from KW Connect. I'm so excited. It's going to be great. So make sure that you have them on some kind of a touch campaign. It's our goal in the Market Center that you're reaching out to your database 40 times a year. 40 times a year you should be touching your database. That's through email, mailing campaigns, whether it's postcards, newsletters, handwritten notes, client events, and phone calls, right? So, and the best way to do that is to really, NER can teach you one by one exactly what you should be doing for that. On page 29, it talks about the 8x8 and the 33 touch, which we know is moving, and MREA2 is a 36 touch. But for purposes of this, the 8x8 touch consists of a combination of personal visits, phone calls. Personal visits could be pop-bys, right, which you just got a listing from. Phone calls, items in value, dropped off or sent, like, oftentimes you'll have like title companies or lenders come in and drop by like little stress squishies or calendars that they're giving to everyone. Those are items of value similar to what you could do for your clients. And then handwritten notes. A 33 touch would be a combination of 14 mailings, letters, cards, emails, or drop-offs a year. 8 thank you or thinking of you cards. By the way, New Year's Day cards are really great cards to send out. 3 phone calls, or 4. I prefer you do once a quarter. And then 4 holiday cards, or 4 personal observance cards like birthdays, anniversaries, Mother's Day, Father's Day, so on and so forth. So making sure that you're reaching out to your database in a purposeful way, not just occasionally, oh yeah, I think I called them maybe 6 months ago. Yeah, that doesn't work. Making sure that it's really purposeful in everything that you're doing. So what items do you think might be valuable to your contacts?
Market update.
Yeah. What item would be really valuable right now that I still have to register?
Register.
Or apply for? What item of value? Homestead! Yes. I haven't even had time to do it yet for my own self. Homestead, yes.
Mardi Gras party.
Mardi Gras party, yes. That's a huge one for us, right? Awesome, yes. What else? We talked about it earlier, maybe doing a vendor list, right? Types of lending. Do you know how many people are thinking about upgrading their homes and doing like kind of like taking a home equity? What if they just wanted to buy and do a 203K? I mean, you never know, right? Knowing that type of information and being able to provide that value to people who might be in the market is going to be huge for you. And then on page 31, it talks about reminding your contacts of your value by sending them relevant, useful information 41 times in 14 months. And it kind of gives you an idea of that calendar. That's kind of an image of the year-long calendar, and then different things you're going to do, like when is the 8x8 happening and when is the 33 to 36 touch happening. Bless you. So page 32, top of mind. So the goal is to stay, the goal for these campaigns is for all contacts in your database to think of you as their go-to person for all things in real estate. So that might be something you want to snippet and put like on your visor in your car. Top of mind, making sure that we're the Coke product of real estate, right? Top of mind. Any questions on that? Okay. We're going to move on to finding business. So making it happen. Lead generation is job number 1. Yes. Because we know that leads lead to appointments, and appointments lead to agreements, and agreements lead to contracts, and contracts leads to closings, and closings leads to payday. Yay. So every time you meet someone, it says here, you should be thinking, what is the relationship opportunity here? Oh, I'll follow it up. Okay. So page 16 under Find Your Business, the top says benefits of prospecting. So prospecting is an investment and commitment to your business. It's critical to your business for the following reasons. So what are they? You guys tell me. What are the benefits of prospecting?
What's the difference between prospecting and lead generating?
Is there a difference?
No.
Mm-mm. Right.
However you want to call it. The benefit is you get to meet somebody whose life you can impact, and if you come from contribution, they could always you give and you receive.
Mm-hmm.
You can't outgive.
So prospecting to me is I'm riding around in the neighborhood and I see people out in the yard and I stop and ask them, do you know anybody in the neighborhood that's thinking about selling? Are you thinking about selling? That's prospecting.
Sure.
And then lead generation is people who are on your leads that you're calling and talking to, or people that you know or don't know or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That
Kind of-
is lead generating. But that prospecting and stopping in the neighborhood and asking people if they see them out in the yard, there's actually neighborhoods that are very friendly that or if you're out in Sun City and they're walking down the street and you stop and say, you know, my people want to buy a house on this street or the one next door. Do you know anybody that's thinking about selling? And they actually do.
Absolutely. Because remember, everyone that you talk to is going to know on average 5 to 7 people who are going to sell or purchase a property for themselves or an investment property, right, in the next 12 months. So prospecting really is just another form of lead generation. It's kind of like another word for it. It's fairly similar. And it talks about the myths and the truths. So the myth says prospecting equals annoying people, which equals rejection. Remember we talked earlier about sometimes our selfishness, what the feelings we have, we put onto other people. So maybe that's why that's a myth. And the truth says prospecting equals meeting people and building purposeful business relationships, which equals a strong real estate business. So Chris Heller says, I never questioned for a moment that prospecting was the best way for me to go. So on page 17, it talks about, okay, well, prospecting, what is that? The 4 C's. Prospecting.
I actually met him,
Mm-hmm.
Chris, and he's not the kind of person you would think that would stop somebody on the street and
Mm-hmm.
let them know about a house that had sold and were they interested. He doesn't come across as that kind of personality. So if you don't feel like you're that kind of personality that can actually go up to people and say, you know, I'm Judy Copeland, I'm in real estate, and I just noticed that you've got the cutest little baby, or something like that, because they do have
That's right.
cute little babies. Some people don't have that kind of personality, but he's very successful,
That's right.
and he uses his talent or his way of doing things, and you know, it's interesting because I had met him and he does not have a personality.
Well, and that's the thing, right, is when we start to get purposeful, we know that we have to do these despite what our natural instinct is, right? So it says here, prospecting is a conversation. It's all about creating the kind of personal connection that will lead to purposeful relationships you can build a business on. So the 4 simple steps are, and they're pictured for you there: capture. So capture their information, connect with them. So you connect by establishing the relationship. You finally close them for an appointment and eventually to buying or selling real estate. And then you cultivate them to maintain and strengthen your relationship. And sometimes there's a lot of cultivation that happens between the connecting and the closing, right? And a lot of that, and we talked about that earlier, is sometimes it's just a conversation of how are you, how have you been, right? And it's a lot of that because the money is where? In the follow-up. That's right. It's in the follow-up. You could ask, and you said you may have to ask 13 times, right? I think I took a class with Kristen Cole, and I think at the time her number was like 23 times was the average ask, close. I have to close this many times for them to actually hear what I'm saying.
What's a close?
A close can be just the question, who do you know? Or are you ready? When do you think you'll be ready? Can we set an appointment today?
Or do you like this house from 1 to 10, with 1 being yucky or 10 being, ooh, this is wonderful? That's a close.
It could be a close, yeah, yeah. The close would be.
If they say it's 3, I said, well, let's get out of here and
Sure.
move on. You know?
Sure.
But if they say it's a 9, I said, well, what would it take to make it a 10?
Yep.
And then they'll tell me, and I'll say, well, we've got that house, let's go look at it.
Yeah. When you're calling and asking for an appointment to meet with people, or like, who do you know? Who do you know that's looking? I mean, you could close numerous times without them even realizing it. It's just the same thing when you're doing a listing presentation. The conversation is great. You know, I'm here today to, you know, apply for the job to sell your home. You know, are you ready for that? And then, or, you know, I'm here because you're going to hire me for the job. That's a close. I'm going to hire you. And they may say, yeah, that's awesome. Okay, great. And they may say, okay, hold on. Whoa down. Let's have an appointment first. Okay, well, great. And then in your scripts throughout your listing presentation, you're closing again and again and again and again in the way that you state things. So, building business conversations aim to achieve these goals. 1, to get the appointment, or 2, to get the referral. And if you're having a really great day, you'll get both. And always accomplish the following. No matter what, whether you don't get 1 or 2 or you do, make sure you're strengthening the relationship, right? Coming from contribution, providing value to them, because then they want to answer your call the next time. They want to hear what you have to say. So let's talk about number 1, capture. The goal of building a database is to capture as many haven't Mets as possible and turn them into Mets quickly, and then turn Mets into repeat and referral business. So this is the prospecting side of it. Remember, every time you speak with someone in your database, you're making sure you have all the information. Hey, well, I have you on the womb. On the womb. Boy, what time is it? It's 1 o'clock. Yeah, when we talked about that earlier. Blah, blah, blah. So, by the way, what's your phone number? What's your email address? Hey, well, I have you on the phone. Can I verify your birthday? I don't need the year. I just need the month and date. I'd love to send you something every year. Or, hey, I'm getting ready to finish up my vendor list and send it out. Can I verify that your email address is this? You know, or, you know, I noticed that my information for you was incomplete. I don't have your email address. Can I get that from you? I mean, the chances are if they've taken your call and you guys are having a good conversation, they're going to want to give that information to you anyways, okay? So the next one is connecting, right? So successful real estate agents understand how important it is to connect with people and refine the skill by doing it often and constantly. So your goal in the connect step is to approach an individual in a way that builds rapport and trust. You can't sell anybody anything. You're not going to force them to buy a house. You're not going to force them to sell their house. They've got to want to, and they've got to trust that you have the wherewithal and the knowledge base to advise them on how they should move forward. Again, this is about plan building. This is about helping them with the next step, so they have to trust you. So connecting questions would be, like, let's say, get details to add to your database. So if you would, please tell me a little bit about your family, or please tell me a little bit about your job. Oh, wow, do you love it? Oh, gosh, you've been there 10 years. You must really enjoy it. Well, no, the insurance is great, blah, blah, blah. Oh, okay, great, well, whatever, you know. Assess their wants, needs, and plans. So what are you looking for? Or what do you want to do? Or where are you hoping to go? You know.
Sometimes when when they come to open house, I'm gonna throw this out here real quick, I'm sorry.
Sure.
Sometimes when they come to open house, they're really out interviewing. When you're at an open house and you're having a house open, they're really interviewing. They may not even know it, and but you gotta know, they're checking you out, because they're gonna sell their house, and they want a realtor, and they want somebody they can trust. And, that's been proven over and over.
Absolutely. Get a feel for their timeline. When would you like to do this? How soon do you need to be there, right? And then assess their expectations. So how do you plan to do this? Are you currently speaking to a lender about your financing options, right? Assess where are they at? So the who, what, when, and why will help you in assessing where you need to go with the conversation as well. And that also helps with connection. So, Judy, we were talking about closing earlier. So your goal for the call is to close for at least one of the following. You're going to close them for an appointment, you were going to close for a referral, or you're going to close for a reciprocal connection. Okay, so the hard close is let's meet. I mean, you're just cutting to the chase. Let's meet. Let's sit down. When can we talk about this? The soft close, I've really enjoyed visiting with you. When would you like to get together to discuss this further? The direct, hey, would today at 2 o'clock or tomorrow at 3 be better? Even if they haven't said, yeah, I want to meet with you. You know what? I'd love to meet with you. Would today at 2 o'clock be good? Wow. Okay. Just depends personality-wise, right? Indirect, would it be okay if I got some information to look over, and if I got you some information to look over, and then we can meet to discuss it? The trial close, I think you would agree that we have gone over enough today, and that meeting would be our next step. So you're kind of cutting off the conversation there and saying, hey, let's meet up again. The assumptive close, well, it sounds like we should meet. I'm available most times this week, so what would work best for you? The negative positive close. Would you be offended if I asked if we could meet to go over this? Now, I met with an agent the other night. She's like, you could just call me. And I'm like, no, we need to meet. Let's sit down. Are you okay with that? Would you be offended if we met tonight at 8 o'clock so we can go over this so you don't have to submit an offer blindly, right? So making sure that when you're doing these closings, you kind of know where you're coming from. The take-back close. I've really enjoyed visiting with you. To be honest, I'm not sure if I can be of help or not, but I'd be honored if we could meet to find out. What's their first thought when they hear, I'm not sure if I can be of help or not?
I don't know if I want this person, they're too negative.
Well, there's that.
Unsure.
Why couldn't you help me?
Yeah, they're gonna feel like you're not pressured.
Yeah.
You're not pressured. It takes away the pressure.
Right. The tie down. Wouldn't it make sense for us to meet in the next day or so? That would just make sense, right? We all want to be sensible. Alternative choice. What works better for you? Meeting today, sometime this afternoon, or tomorrow morning? What's your style? What do y'all think?
Alternative choice.
Yeah.
So you're not pushy that way, it's them making the choice instead of you, and
Okay.
instead of saying, can you meet at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon?
Yeah.
Or would four be better? And that would make you mad, right, Michael?
No, I like that one.
Which
Like
one?
that
Yeah, because I like Kristen's example. Most people's just, and I don't think it's most people. It's our human nature to say no. If someone calls you or asks you if you want to buy something, 99% of the people are going to say no, just automatically. And then if you start giving them benefits and you hear that, oh well, they're interested. So don't let them squeeze out of it by saying, oh, what works for you? It's like, oh, hey, today works for me at 11, or tomorrow at 4. Does that work for you?
Right.
Yeah.
So it gives them an option,
Yeah.
but it doesn't let them.
Yeah.
Well,
Well-
experiment. It just depends on the person.
Well, and that's the other key too, is mirroring and matching, right? Because, I'm a person that it depends on my mood. If you call me and say, hey, can you meet today at 2 o'clock? What do you think I am? Do you know what my schedule looks like? Some days are like that. Other days I'm like, sure, 2 o'clock, sure, I could be there, right? So it just depends. So making sure that you're listening to their tonality. And if you know them and are in relationship with them, you'll already kind of know what their personality style is. But you can tell right away if someone's a high D. And a high D is going to love it. Say, you know what? Let's cut to the chase. Let's meet and talk about this. Will today at 2 o'clock be good for you, or tomorrow at 4? Right? Because they don't want you to be like, well, what works for you? Because they don't want to make a decision. Now, some people that are very busy might say, I don't have time I'm not sure. I'm not really sure what would work for me. Okay, well, how about tomorrow at 4 o'clock? Because then you've just helped them make their decision, right? All right, so page 21, it talks about cultivation. Whether or not you closed for an appointment or gotten a referral, once a connection has been made, it can always be strengthened. It's not always, you're not always able to fix it if you kind of mess it up, right? And you say you'll call them back and you never call them back.
Or you never show up on time.
Or you never show up on time. A great script for some of you haven't talked to in a long time, because I know people get anxiety over that, is the apology script. Hey, you know what? I am just so embarrassed. It has taken me, gosh, what has it been, like 5 years since we've talked? I'm just so embarrassed that it's taken me so long to call you. I apologize. What are they going to say to that? Well, blah, blah, blah. No.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's right. You should be sorry. Do you know who I am? No, they're going to say, it's okay. I've been thinking about you. How are you, right? You've taken accountability. There's integrity in that. Even if they're the ones who caused the rift, you know, man, I'm so sorry. Life is just, man, whew, it's been a whirlwind. How have you been, right? So getting comfortable with those scripts, that's a script. That's the apology script. I am so sorry that it's taken me so long to reach out. How have you been?
I need to do a lot of that.
I'm telling you, don't we all?
I did it actually during Christmas.
Yeah, how'd it go?
Good.
Yeah? Did people go, gosh, why did you even call us? It's been 10 years. What now? You just want to sell us a house?
No, actually,
That's all you want.
their son called me.
Oh, yeah?
Their son was 1 year old when I sold them the house almost 20 years ago.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Now their son was, but I hadn't touched base with them in almost 20 years.
Ouch.
Nuts.
Ouch, yep. So there's a lot of opportunity. A lot of us go, we don't have a database. Oh, we do. The question is, why don't you want to call them, right? Because we have to use the apology script. I'm so sorry, it's been 5 years, you know, or 10 years, or 20,
I don't feel so
20
bad now.
years.
Okay,
Yeah.
That's your tip for the day.
There you go.
Here.
So on the bottom of page 21, it talks about making sure that you give a referral a thank you. And Judy, you touched on this earlier, that I think that people really appreciate the fact that when you thank them, you know, just like a little, you know, sometimes they'll send a $25 gift card or a $50 gift card.
$25.
Well, there you go.
$5 or $10 is, oh, look, she remembered I get. Yeah, and I
Mhm.
took one by the neighbors the other day, and his wife said, well, it was really me, and I said, well, there's one in there for you too.
I love it. Whoops.
I'm glad I took 2 Starbucks cards.
So tell me, Kristen,
Yep.
I'm confused. What's the max we can give on a referral? Like that, by law, is it $25, $50, or is it $50 to a
I think it's 50.
on a referral?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
To another agent,
No, to a past client. To a past client that sends you a referral.
you can do whatever you want, but you may
No,
not
not
get to.
to, I think by law you can't do whatever you
Well,
want.
it's how much you can
If you're
write
gonna
off.
deduct-
It's $50.
If you're gonna deduct it, yeah.
If you're gonna claim it, it's got a
Yeah.
cap to it.
Let's
There
see,
are
call
people
for
that-
some.
I needed to give $100 to, because I would not have had that person at all, because I didn't even know him at all. And they gave me, you know, leave, and I do business with them, and sometimes I give them $100 so they can go out to dinner and, you know.
I think this is a video that was removed. So.
But not that often. But it
On
depends.
occasion,
It depends
yeah.
on who it is, and how much business they've done, and how much business I do with them, and. But I thought it was $25 for, you know, to write it off.
Okay. This video was removed, so we're going to move on to sphere of influence.
Okay.
Okay? So, sphere of influence. So, a sphere of influence is all the people who you know, trust you, and may do business with you. And you'll see the little diagram there below. There's you have your neighbors, your relatives, your friends, a spouse or a partner, your immediate family. And then as it expands, you have your dentist, your mortgage person, your insurance agent, so on and so forth. And then it expands even further because, again, each one of those people has friends or people they know. If you haven't received this, this is also a good way to start to build your database. This is 150 ways to build your database. And there's literally 150 questions on here. And if you can't find a couple of people for most of these, I mean, you may not have some of them, but you're going to have quite a few of these.
That's a loose, you can pull that up online, is what you're saying.
This is something we've given out here in Georgetown. I can print one for you here at the end.
Is it online?
I don't believe so. I think that's just something that we've put together. So, okay, I'm going to set it over here. Okay, so, and of course, it's only natural that your sphere of influence is where you really want to start to find your leads. So let's take a quick minute here and write down, just pick maybe 3 of these and try to think of 1 or 2 people in 3 of these sphere sections here. And write down just the first name or even last name of someone or people that you know. Actually, fill out as many as you can. I'm going to time you, and I'm going to give you 60 seconds. Even if you've already started, just go. That's fine. Yep, go. Where'd my timer go? There it goes. Let me pull in here. Sphere.
Oh, yeah, I'm just trying to think of people.
It's okay.
you know.
Did you say you don't have any friends?
I guess I put them in all these other
That's right.
boxes.
Oh, you want it over here. Oh.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and stop you. That was 1.5 minutes. So, about how many people did we get written down in 1.5 minutes? 8.
Good for you. I thought you didn't know anybody.
Well, that's it. That's like, that's
8. Cesar? Uh-huh. How many people? 6. Leslie? 21.
She wins.
In 1.5 minutes. In 1.5 minutes. You guys have already started a call list. You're welcome. Right? So, you know, I say this to you because oftentimes we sit in front of our computer and we can't think of 2 people. And mostly it's because we don't want to call. The reality is when it's put in front of us and we're doing this exercise, we know that there are people that we can consistently be in touch with that are in fields that know other people that we could possibly be in touch with, right? So making sure that we're being very realistic and transparent with ourselves, and doing this, you know, 150 ways to build your database exercise is just another form of that. Like, who would you lend you $100 with a phone call? Who would lend you $100 with a phone call? You know, who's your favorite barbecue joint owner? Who's your mover? Who cuts your hair, if you have it? When's your dry clean? Who does Just saying. Who's your checker? Who's the checker you usually go to at the grocery store? If you're not going to someone specifically, then maybe you start, right?
You got them in your database, do you?
Who's your doctor?
My husband works for HEB. He used to be the store director.
Oh, really?
I didn't even think about those people.
Oh my gosh, the people who do store. Oh my gosh, there's so much opportunity, and then because when they go in, everybody's like, "Hey, how are you? We haven't seen you in forever." Huge opportunity.
Please don't. You don't know me.
All right, page 25, talking about time blocking, right? So the 3-3. Prospect efficiently and consistently with 3 processes in your 3 hours of daily lead gen. And there's also a class called 36-12-3 that talks to you about how your day should be set up with lead generation. And this is an excerpt from that. So first you prepare. So you prep your call list. Look, you guys have already done that. I love it. 2, say your affirmations. I am a phenomenal listing agent. I'm listing 10 houses today, and they're all, or everyone I call is going to list with me, or everyone I'm calling is listing with me.
And everybody I'm calling loves me.
That's right. Absolutely. So
They love
affirmations.
getting a call, right?
They love getting a call. They want to hear from me. Practice your scripts. Practice, practice, practice. And then 2, you're going to take action. You're going to make the calls by prospecting, and then you're going to update your database accordingly. You're going to maintain and track the results. You're going to schedule your commitments, and you're going to write thank you notes. So the Real Estate Brothers, I think they are on here with some cold calling techniques.
What are you typing in?
Cold calling with Real Estate Brothers.
Sit there long enough.
Here we go.
Ding ding.
Hello.
Hi, is that Sean?
Yes, sir.
Sean, it's Dylan Provenche calling from the Real Estate Brothers. I'm sorry to bother you today. I'm just calling because I noticed that you live on 123 Main Street. Is that still the case?
Yes, that's right.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, like I said, I won't take much of your time. We've got this phenomenal, wonderful family that's hired us, and we're really enjoying working for them, but they're a little bit frustrated with what's on the market. They've asked me just to call you and a few of your neighbors and see if there might be anyone on the street who considers selling their house. Does that sound like something that you might be interested in?
No, you know what? I'm not really thinking about moving.
I totally don't blame you. It's a great street. Just out of curiosity, do you know if maybe one of your neighbors might want to take advantage of these guys?
No, I don't really talk to my neighbors much.
One more question. Could you tell me about a circumstance that might cause you to want to sell your house?
Oh gosh, maybe if I got the right amount of money, we were able to upgrade into a home that better fit my family because we're expanding.
Right.
We have talked about it in the past.
Neat,
It's not
okay.
something that we're planning at the moment.
I'm so glad I asked that question. Just out of curiosity, what would that price be?
Well, the neighbor sold for 6 1/4, and we just did our kitchen, so I think somewhere in the mid-6s, somewhere around there.
So something in the mid-6s would cause you to sell?
Yes, but I would have to find that other property and try to figure out where I'm going because I've got kids.
Totally understand that. Just out of curiosity, is there something about the house that you're in now that you don't like that you would like to have in your next home?
I just want a 4th bedroom.
Right.
That's really it.
Yeah.
That's it. I know if I could just add on to this house, I would, but I'd probably get divorced in the process.
Yeah, I understand. So, if I were able to find you that 4th bedroom house and we were able to get you something in the mid-6s, would that be something that we could maybe talk a little bit more about?
Absolutely.
Well, this is fantastic. Listen, what I'd love to do is I'd love to pop by, just check out the house a little bit, see if it's right for these guys, because we might be able to make it really, really easy for you. And then in the meantime, what I'll do is I'll search for a couple listings, and I'll probably bring those along. Would that be all right? Maybe Thursday at 4?
You know what? You sound like a really nice guy, but I got to talk to my wife before I go setting an appointment. So why don't I call you back?
Well, that sounds reasonable. I have to be honest, though, I actually do book up my schedule fairly far in advance. So what I'd love to do is, we can cancel anytime, obviously, but if it's all right with you, I'd really love to set a time now. And it doesn't need to be Thursday at 4. We can also do Friday at 2, so it's easier. And this way we can sit down, and then if your wife decides it maybe it's not a great idea, we can cross that bridge then, but at least I've got my time locked in for you. Would that be all right?
That sounds great.
Okay.
Friday at 2.
Perfect.
How many times do you close there? A lot, right?
But number one, he talks too fast. But
Well, who's this guy who's
he's
talking?
from Canada, you can tell.
They're brothers.
They're brothers.
Are they like big sellers or?
But you bring a very good point, which is called mirroring and matching. You mirror and match who you're talking to. So some people are going to talk fast, others are going to talk real slow. So just go ahead and mirror whoever you
That's right. That's exactly right. All right, so next page, 26, prepare. So you're going to prep your call lists, generate the list of names. You can do an exercise like you just did. You can do the, you can do the, alphabet exercise where you go through the yellow pages and look for businesses. You can do that. So there's some call list opportunities there for sell by owners, allied resources, past clients, expired or withdrawn listings. And then you can also do rehearse your scripts. So formal script practice daily. We talked about that earlier, just to hammer that home. Huge opportunity to make sure when you're making your calls, you're getting the most out of them. 2, you're going to take action. So make sure you're spending your 2 hours of your 3-3 making connections, building relationships, and asking for business. And 3, you're going to maintain, so you're going to follow up, and you're going to make sure you enter all your notes into the database. You're going to write follow-up thank you notes, and you're going to schedule and calendar for repeat conversations, making sure you're going to do that. Okay. So it talks about here about finding more leads. Let's look at that video. Let's see if that's up there. Where do you guys think? Where else could we find more leads? We've talked about quite a few things. What else you got?
On an airplane.
Absolutely. Where are they going to go? Where are they going to go if they're on an airplane? That's right. Okay. Where else?
In the restaurants.
Mm-hmm.
We already talked about that.
Let's see. I'm not sure which one that is. Okay. I don't know which one that is.
It's the,
It says finding more leads, but it's not labeled that. So we're just going to,
prospecting opportunities, like finding more leads.
yeah. Finding more leads. They've changed where we find the videos at, so sometimes it's harder to find them. Oh, here we go. Finding more leads. Boom. Found it. Persistence.
Lead generation is your #1 job. You have started by calling your mess, your sphere of influence. You have even reached out via social media. But what do you do when you run out of contacts? Where can you find more leads? There are many places you can find additional prospecting opportunities. Think about your children's sporting events or activities. And don't forget about your own organizations and clubs. Your children's school or PTA would be an excellent source for contacts, as well as your place of worship. Even your mechanic, they rely on referrals for their business just like you do. Using these and other sources for prospecting opportunities will lead to more contacts and referrals that will grow your business. More contacts and referrals will lead to more appointments, listings, and closings. This will help you meet and exceed your goals.
All right, so on page 28, it talks about door knocking for sell by owners, expired or withdrawn, open houses, as we know those work, agent referrals, and of course social media, paying attention to what's going on in people's lives. Are they having a baby? Are they moving? Got a new promotion? All of those things are keys, right? So there's different sections in this. So section 1 is door knocking, right? Gives you some tips and tricks on how to door knock. It talks about don't be pushy, come from contribution, and having an item of value to bring to the table, or to the door, I should say, is really a great opportunity to start a conversation. Another good question is, hey, what is it about your neighborhood that you love? You know, I'm an agent, I'm helping someone, you know, hold an open house this week in your neighborhood, and I'd love to let people know who are coming through what you love about your neighborhood. So if you'd be willing to share, right? Anything like that is a great way to really start a good conversation through door knocking. Your for sale by owners, NAR fact. 9% of all homes that sell are sold by the owner, 9%. It's not a huge amount, but it's a pretty decent amount, right? So how do you have a conversation with or for sale by owner? What's the first thing you need to do?
How are you doing? Are you getting lots of calls? And I wanted to see if it would be okay. I have a lot of people that are looking in this area, and of course you need to make sure you are, don't lie to them.
Yeah.
And would it be okay if I come by and take a look? Would you be interested in working with a realtor,
Mhm.
and most of the time they say yes. I've only had maybe one or two ever say no. I don't wanna
Sure.
do it.
I mean, I've worked with a lot of for sale by owners, and normally what I hear is, you know what, you're welcome to come through if you're going to show a buyer. I'm not going to list with an agent. Okay, that's fine. I'm not looking for you to list. I mean, I provide a lot of value as a listing agent. However, I'd be happy to see your home as a buyer's agent, and see what I could do for you. And then when I'm in the home, I always do a market analysis. I always know the details about the home. And the first thing that they're going to start to do is tell me everything that they've upgraded and what has been wrong with the home, right? They're super negative. Well, we just replaced that because, the sink was leaking. So we just replaced all the cabinetry, and we just spent $20,000 redoing all the flooring and da-da-da-da-da, right? And in a buyer's mind, cha-ching, 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 did they really do it? Did they use the right people to do it? Did they DIY it? I mean, really, like, how much money did they lob into this, and what is it hiding, right? So at the end of that conversation, you're just providing value. Well, great. One piece of advice when you're walking buyers who are represented or unrepresented, don't tell them what's wrong with the house. That isn't a seller's disclosure, but you want to highlight the beauty of the home. So when you first get in and you start telling me, and it happens, have you ever had a for sale by owner tell me, well, we had a leak here and the roof was leaked, so we replaced the roof and we did all this, and it was all about all the problems they've had because they've been living in the house, right? I mean, yes, I want to know what's going on with the house, but that's not a way to market it when I'm walking through it. And as a buyer, it could be seen as a potential issue, right? All that stuff goes on a seller's disclosure, And then if someone asks, then, you go into further details. So make sure that you are listening to them when they're talking, and make sure that you have enough information so when you're going in there, you can be realistic about what they're truly saying. Because if they spent $20,000 on flooring and it looks like they put in vinyl, did they really spend $20,000 on flooring? Is that inflated price point, right? And all of that information can help you down the road be able to assist them with the sale. Another thing that you can do is provide them with things like a seller's disclosure. Wow, it sounds like you've done a lot of upgrades on the home. Do you have a seller's disclosure that I can review? Oh, what's a seller's disclosure?
But it's got my name at the bottom.
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't?
No, it doesn't matter. I mean, you can get one without, you can go to TR.
Keller Williams and Judy Couple at the bottom.
You can go to TR and get them without your name on them.
Okay, good.
If you
Yeah.
download it from, first of all, you want to give them the track one anyways, not the TAR one, because.
Right, that's right. Thank you.
And then, you can download it from me, what do you call it, Outlook, even.
It'll still have your name on the bottom of it.
We can go, like you said, maybe go to,
You can go to Trek. You can go to Trek and pull it. Yeah.
It's open to the public.
Typically, your dot loop should have your name on the bottom of it. It'll have the Keller Williams address on all your documents. It may not if you upload them directly from TAR or NAR link, Trek, sorry. But having,
I think that's what she did.
okay.
It doesn't show up.
Okay, so having something like that is going to be key, because oftentimes, and that's exactly what I'm listening for, as soon as they start complaining to me all the problems they've had, they're so well-meaning, but as a listing agent, if the first thing you do on agent remarks is, oh my gosh, this house has been an overhaul, we've had a leaky roof, and da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, I mean.
one of the things that I do for sale by owners is, I say, how do you qualify your people?
Mm-hmm.
Because that's really